The American reincarnation of Franz Fanon. I needed to do something and I just remember what it was. All right, all right, all right. How we doing? ¿Cómo estamos? I hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone's doing well. That's what it was. You know, when you grab your phone to do the thing you need to do, and then as soon as you grab it, you're like, what is this mechanism? What is this mechanism of distraction and surveillance? For those of you that don't know, I used to be a big like comedy fan. I grew out of it. But Brian Callen, which is like the bootleg version of Joe Rogan. I guess now, you know, kids are saying like Timu version. And it's funny because I guess he tried to have like an intellectual type of like comedy set for his last special. And he ended it with like talking about the iPhone. And I think like the final punchline was like, well, I guess that's why they bit the apple. Or something along those lines. Like basically like, you know, whoa, bro, 2026, and you realize like the apple is a forbidden fruit. Yeah, I'm trying to stay cool. I froze the yogurt and I got this one semi-frozen as well. So thank you so much. Honestly, the support, and I just want to start off by saying that like today, like lately it's just been weird, you know, and just the support I've been getting from y'all has been. I shouldn't be surprised because the fact that y'all show up for these streams to begin with, just thank you so much, and the fact that y'all are supporting in the ways that you can. It just motivates me when shit doesn't seem like it matters, and so I appreciate that. Thank you so much. And I know I try to be vague, and I don't know, like I overthink shit. I'm like, I hope they're not thinking I'm being vague to garner like vague sympathy or something. I don't know. And you know, I'm gonna be here. Things are changing a little bit, but echarle ganas, a ponerme las pilas, and it'll all work out. It'll all work out. You know, sometimes life throws you a test, and whether you fail or pass or whatever it is, the consequences are very real, and we gotta lock in and keep it pushing always. So I appreciate y'all sincerely. Yeah. Okay, well, I hope that doesn't happen, Cloud. I hope that doesn't happen. And but if it does, are you interested in being a clipper? And if anyone ever contacts you, remember, make me look like the greatest person to ever live. Nah, man, I was dying. I was like thinking about how the chat started acting up when I'm like, y'all better talk shit about me. And I mean it. I mean it. Y'all better run your mouths. All right. Boulders, bricks, roofs cave in. All right, I like that one. I like that one. I really like Zach Bryan's I'm a self-destructive landslide if you want to be the hill. When I first heard that line, I'm like, all right, I'm gonna be a fan forever, bro. You go straight Taylor Swift after this, I will be a fan forever. I'm a self-destructive landslide if you want to be the hill. Very simple, but to the point. And if anybody listens to Zach Bryan, he has a song saying like we would listen to everything from like CCR to whoever except Bruce Springsteen. And I've been meaning to Google and find out like in the Reddits or the Cheesemate of why he doesn't like Bruce Springsteen, because I think that he is the Bruce Springsteen country version, right? Like he is to country music what Bruce Springsteen was to rock and roll. They talk about cars in a way that doesn't make me feel like this again. So I appreciate them. What is this? What? Not AI? Oh, secretly Sicilian? I am. I am. I get the pass. Yeah. All right. So this comes a little bit later. Shout out to Dr. CBS always having just dope ass colors. Here, one sec over here. But first, I'm gonna torture y'all with this. We're gonna start the little torture if y'all don't mind. Is that okay? Is that allowed? Can I just torture y'all just for a little bit? Please allow me. We're gonna watch a little bit of this. I can't help it. I feel like Yipper would be the one to make a no context clip channel for Carlos to put him in the worst lighting possible. Yeah. For sure, for sure. I can see that. And I'd appreciate it. I'd appreciate it. But the thing is, that would require work. And that would take away from Yipper's trolling. So, priorities, priorities.
Morris Katz, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me, Ezra. It's good to be here.
So we're talking in the aftermath of Graham Plattner's campaign imploding after a credible accusation of rape. There's a lot of people angry at you, some of the people you worked with, for poorly vetting Plattner, but also, I think, for attacking people who are trying to raise the alarm on him.
Woo! All right, so this is the man, the myth, the legend, Maurice Katz. The man brought us the gift that is Graham Plattner. And so I think that we all owe him a thank you, immense gratitude for exposing the white left. I mean, we've been saying it. We've been saying it for years. Do not trust these people. What is it? A letter to the white left? Darumba and Frank Kali Abney, literally, open letter to the white left in the US. We've read this. This is great. This is phenomenal. Every white leftist should be forced not only to read this, but to recite this by memory. L posture. You know what? I'm worried that after 3 hours, I start adopting that posture. But that's like after 3 hours. They're like a second in and he's already, and I don't do that 4chan chat stuff. But I mean, it speaks for itself. Yesterday, talking about posture, yesterday was rough with Steven. Making us look like we're anti-Semitic over here. It's not fair.
So now that you've had some time to digest what's happened, what do you think went wrong?
I think a lot of the critiques and anger are fully valid. I think I've been very critical of the Democratic establishment frequently, and where those critiques come from is not that they make mistakes, it's that they make the same mistakes over and over again because learning from those lessons would pose a threat to their kind of power. And I don't want to do that. And I think there are like things here, many of the critiques that have been made that are incredibly valid and things to learn from. I think the conversation around the vetting, there is no standard vetting process that would have found the credible allegation that ended the campaign. Eric Swalwell served on the House Intelligence Committee for a decade and then saw similar allegations end his campaign. That being said, I think in hindsight, knowing what we know now, the Reddit posts alone probably should have been enough.
The Reddit post alone should have been enough. And this is why I was like, nah, we got to watch a little bit of this. We won't watch all of it, just a little bit. I won't torture you that bad. Emma Vigeland, to this day, is saying that, yeah, no, the Reddit posts still weren't it. Matt Bender, to this day, is saying, yeah, the Reddit post still wasn't enough. The Zionist Guard, till this day, nope, the Reddit posts weren't enough. Sam Cedar, Matt Leck, you name it. The whole white left is still saying the same thing. The Reddit posts weren't enough. The guy that found him, recruited him, is saying, in hindsight, in second thought, in retrospective, you name it, yeah, that should have been enough. So for me, it's like, what is it about the crystal balls, the Kyle KKK Kalinske, that prevents them from saying, you know what? People were right. The critics were correct. We should have listened, and we'll learn moving forward. These people never learn. But I do wonder if, because Katz over here isn't really a public-facing individual to the same degree that the rest of the so-called independent left media, the white left media, that they can't afford to be sincere in their apologies, and thus they can't learn. And so for me, that's why I'm saying, like, don't waste your time with them. They're hopeless. Don't waste your time. It's not worth it. They're not going to grow. They're not going to develop. So just move on from them. And better yet, to protect yourself from these individuals, don't give them that type of effort. Gio says, I learned about the tattoo before the Reddit post. The tattoo alone should have been disqualifying. But instead, they all chose to act like it was like, what? What? Like, what do you mean? No, the only Nazi symbol ever used ever in history was the swastika. Anything other than that is it's just make-believe. Literally, I love, it's kind of weird to say I love that I did this, but like, I'm actually like proud of this. The supercut says it all.
I probably saw it on uniform.
Have you noticed that our caps have actually got little pictures of skulls?
Regardless of how political I am and how closely I follow all this stuff, I genuinely and sincerely had no fucking idea that this was a Nazi symbol. None.
People have said, well, you should definitely have known what this is because of several movies have displayed it. Personally, I don't pause videos to zoom in on symbols. That's just me.
There's a lot of people on the internet who are suddenly Nazi symbologists. Like, I'm sorry, like, I don't know. I've read a lot of books about World War II and Nazis. I'm a Jewish guy. Like, I didn't know that symbol. It looked like it was, like, when I saw it, I was like, that's a Nazi symbol? It looks like it's from Adult Swim.
He really did not know what the fuck this was. I didn't know what the fuck it was. I imagine Anna didn't know what the fuck it was either when she saw it. It looks like a bad tattoo.
I think it's entirely reasonable that he maybe didn't know the origin. I didn't know when I saw it. I mean, I think I'm fairly well educated. I didn't know that was that kind of symbol.
I will say this.
this. I had never heard the word Totenkopf before this, and I probably saw it on uniforms like in movies, but just never noticed what it was.
So guess what, guys? Graham Plattner's tattoo has made me more ride or die for him than ever.
Look at them, hiding behind white ignorance to gain white innocence. If you want to see the rest of the 35 minutes of that, check out the Patreon. Check out the Patreon. Any and all support is appreciated. I will be wrapping up the second part of that this Saturday. However it comes out, whatever stays in, and I'm washing my hands of Graham Plattner after that. It'll probably be another 30 minutes, so it'll be an hour-long video. Like I said originally, this was just a halfway point, and I stopped because I was like, there's too much information about Graham Plattner. And it absolutely is white unity. That's what it's always been about.
The tattoo should have been enough. The initial New York Times story on troubling behavior should have been enough. And I think both things can be true, that we need different kinds of candidates running outside of the political arena, and that it's the United States Senate. And candidacy should be held to an incredibly high standard. And there are a lot of incredible people who are not part of the political arena, a lot of incredible working class Americans across the country who don't have those problematic Reddit posts, or who don't have a problematic tattoo, or don't have quite the level of controversy in their past.
You would describe
Whoa, hold on. I hope y'all can understand him, because it's difficult. It's not easy to really hear him out. But I hope you understand that technically this guy, Maurice Katz, is to the left of the independent white media. Independent left white media. Because he's straight up saying, he's saying everything that they're denying. He's saying, you know what, in second thought, like maybe we should pick somebody that doesn't have this kind of history. Maybe we should work harder to make sure that we don't excuse this. And it's like, yeah, except the Emma Viglins of the left were saying, everyone has a Nazi tattoo. Everyone was a little racist on Reddit. Everyone denied sexual assaults in the military. Everyone. What do you mean? Who hasn't? Who hasn't been a mercenary? They all took this approach. They all chose to live and embrace ignorance. And I don't understand why that is. I don't understand why that is. It's just disingenuous and pathetic. And I'm actually glad that Maurice Katz is doing this. And I know that, please understand that this is he's trying to clean up his image and his reputation. And that's why he's talking to Ezra Klein. Ezra Klein is like the liberal to help you do that. Right? To help kind of bend the knee to the establishment and say, hey, I'm still a team player. My apologies. Ta-Nehisi Coates let it slip up that they, behind the scenes were already communicating and clearing shit up before he went on there. So understand what this platform is for. It's the New York Times, it's Ezra Klein. This is, the purpose of this is to kiss ass to liberals and the liberal establishment.
the Reddit post for him at one point as an asset.
I think that there was a belief that I am still kind of wrestling with. I think over the course of the campaign, one of the things that was really, frankly, inspiring to see is I think we have so little grace in our politics and so little room for nuance. And it felt like this opened up a lot of those conversations. You saw people just extend such grace and open up their hearts and be willing to hope and believe in not just that we could change our politics, but that people could change. And I think like that was something we needed. And I don't want to lose that. I don't want people's lesson from this to be that there should never be room for grace. And I think that there are a lot of people who've made mistakes or said controversial things who we want to win the support of, who we need to earn the trust of. But I also think I was wrong. And not to say that everyone who has said controversial things on Reddit would then have things like this come out. I don't think that's the case. But it's to say that there's a higher risk there of it happening when there are things like that, and there's too much at stake, and there are so many people who don't have that potential liability, and it's the United States Senate.
It's literally that simple. I don't know why the the white independent left media was so devoted to saying like, no, everyone has this. And it makes me question, like, dude, do you just surround yourself with like the worst whites imaginable? Do you go out of your way to like be friend and be buddies with like mercenaries, neo-Nazis, the sexist, rape deniers, just abusers? Is that your, because understand, the New York Times story documented and revealed that Grant Planner was physically abusive, but because the individual was not, she was a white woman, but she was, you know, for Kavanaugh and whatnot, people were like, well, you know, maybe Grant Planner had a reason to rough her up a little bit, just a little bit, not stopping to ask, why the fuck was a self-described commie, hippie, socialist dating this reactionary? So it's really, really obnoxious the way that they're on both sides of the reactionary spectrum. The liberals and the Republicans are both willing to downplay or dismiss abuse of women when it serves them, when it's convenient to them. Keep that in mind. They don't give a fuck about you whatsoever. But hey, and this idea again, he literally denied sexual assault. He mocked rape in those Reddit posts. Why was it a shock for anyone that he himself was a sexual abuser and a rapist? It shouldn't have been. He was already excusing it, defending it, and downplaying it online. You don't just fucking do that. My apologies. It's been so hot that it's been running the AC and it makes my nose super dry. Am I the only one, chat? Am I the only one?
I want to go back to the beginning of it. The story has been somewhat told by Dan Marov, but I haven't really heard you tell it in public. So how did you meet Grant Plattner? How did you find him? What was the process that led you to him?
Well, you see, he was my bartender. I mean, also, what Ryan Grimm did to his reputation, to his career, and to the people around him associated to him with his behavior, just complete unprofessional obsession with Grant Plattner. I mean, that should be a story within itself.
The initial kind of factor that led to the broader efforts of recruitment in Maine was a lot of angst around Janet Mills being the presumptive nominee. You know, this was someone who was polling as one of the least popular governors in the country, who would have been the oldest freshman member of the United States Senate in Senate history, and who had made a lot of enemies out of key components of Maine, labor unions, tribes, and a network of us kind of connected with different local folks, labor leaders, organization leaders, with a vision of recruitment. And I think one of the important factors in that is, there's been a lot of criticism, obviously, around it, but many of the people, and I still believe this, who are best equipped to serve are not people who are going to raise their hand and sign up for it. And so there was a lot of conversations around, the kind of candidate who could win Maine would be a veteran, would be someone from outside of the Portland area, a community in which Trump won, and someone tied to an industry that has a specific resonance in Maine. The kind of waterfront industry was a leading factor there. And that was then a broader process and a series of meetings that led folks to Graham.
So you're looking in a way for someone who's doing lobstering, who's an oyster farmer, who's a fisherman, right? You're you're almost casting a candidate.
I think it's
okay. Wait. Okay, look, this is where you're almost casting a candidate. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm not big on the whole electoral thing. But isn't that what like choosing a candidate is? You're casting someone. And then like the DNC and corporations set up like the back room, the black couch, pull out the camera. It's all part of the process of finding a candidate that's going to serve empire. I don't know, something like a couch to cast on, perhaps, to prove that you're a team player. And so for Ezra Klein to be like, well, it looks like you're casting this. Yeah, no shit. Guess what? For the most part, you don't see quote unquote ugly motherfuckers running. There's certain exceptions. You got your Ted Cruz, but it's all casting.
Listening to the kind of specificities of an area and the specificities of the problems facing that area, and seeing like who's the voice that should be representing these people in Washington, who should be fighting for them in Washington, who's most in touch. I think we have a problem of like the lived realities of so many of the people who run for office are so disconnected from the lived realities of the people they're running to represent. There is a friction there that is impossible to reconcile. And so how do you overcome that? You need people who don't have that same gap.
So why not somebody like Troy Jackson, right? Who's...
But wait. So you thought that some rich kid, multiple tours, mercenary, business owner through nepotism, because apparently his family might have paid for that oyster business, was going to represent Maine, was like the person to represent Maine? You yourself had to be out of touch to take that position. You had to be so removed from the working class to take that position. Just, be honest and say, hey, we thought he looked the part. He had the voice. He had the look. And we thought that would be enough. And it wasn't. It usually is. I'll be honest with you. It usually is. But this guy was like trash to such a degree that even that couldn't save him.
You need people who don't have that same gap.
So why not somebody like Troy Jackson, right? Who's now going to be, it looks to be the nominee. And I find this interesting because Jackson is somebody who, I think 5th generation logger, if I'm not wrong, very, very populist politics. Doesn't have Plattner's charisma. Just I think it is fair to say that. Has been a state Senate president there. Has this kind of mix of like the right politics, but also, an insider, a person who's been in politics for a while. Was that why he was not the sort of exciting figure for you guys?
I'm not here to defend this Jackson individual, but what I will say, obviously, this whole idea of, well, he's not as charismatic as Grant Plattner is so frustrating because it's like, wait a minute. He's authentically himself. He's not trying to play a character. Grant Plattner was trying to play a character of a working class individual, somebody who was, it's not apologetic, but regretted perhaps his time in the military. But again, that wasn't sincere. He was playing a character. He was pretending to care about people when he's a fucking sociopath, right? And so I think that's why they don't like the Jackson guy. They don't like him because when somebody like Maurice Katz speaks to him, it makes him uncomfortable. Because he's like, well, I don't get it. I don't see what the big, catch is. I don't see where the hook is. Because he's so removed, Katz, from the working class. They're just having a regular fucking Joe that's put in the time, put in the hours, has demonstrated that he can handle the responsibility. Right? It's not exciting for an individual like this. Why would I, put so much support and financial investment resources into him if it's not going to pop, if it's, it's not a shiny enough toy for him? And yeah, definitely not enough tattoos. I don't know. He needs an edge. Understand that these are marketing individuals. These people want to market you. You're a product. You're a brand. And it's a whole lot easier to push a product that has a little edge to it than it is for somebody like Jackson, who's just, for all intents and purposes, just an average fucking dude. 5th generation logger? That's pretty fucking boring, right? Not the, to be very clear, not the occupation. I know people that work in the industry. However, I'm saying that type of individual can be very mundane. And I mean that in a good way. Family man, just wants to work hard, wants to help support his community. Like real fucking shit. Dope, cool. I might not agree with you politically. I'm not going to hear, I'm not going to be here advocating for you or anything like that. However, there is a level of being authentic. But yeah, he needed a gravelly voice. Yeah, like you're not going to hear me over here be like making fun of Jackson. Like, hey guys, I'm a 5th generation logger. I try to stay humble and I really care about my community, and I put in the hours and times and been voted in multiple times and demonstrated to be a upstanding American citizen. That's boring. But sometimes, and you could apply this to a lot of things in your life, sometimes boring is good.
Troy was really committed to running for governor at the time. I think if Troy Jackson was running for Senate, there would not have been a process.
What did you see in Plattner when you first met him? What was that conversation like?
I saw someone who lived on the same road he grew up on, who clearly loved Maine a lot, and who I thought really articulated in a powerful way both a story that could capture the anger and angst that so many people feel over the status quo, but also had like an affirmative vision of what government could do about it.
How many people did you and
And again, this whole like glorification of Americana, the suburbs. Oh, you know, Grand Planner, he lives on the street he grew up on. Well, I mean, his family's filthy fucking rich. It makes sense that they would buy multiple properties in the same area. How many people can actually claim that? Understand that that's a privilege. That's a privilege to say, oh, I have a home. I bought property on the same street I grew up in. That's not something that is normally done. And I'm not just saying, hey, people move out, go different places. No. I'm saying, understand, that takes a lot of financial support, opportunities to do that.
Raph and Leanne collectively meet with before settling on Plattner?
There were a number of meetings of which I was not a part of, but the kind of entire process was not limited. You know, it was an extended process that landed on Graham.
And it was.
I was not involved. I was not involved in those things. But believe me, you know, those things that did occur, extensive. Stop, bro. Stop. Understand that, like, you cannot lay this claim anymore. You just can't. It clearly was not extensive. Just be honest and say, you know what? We thought that he fit the part, and that's as far as we took it. If you say that, at least it's more honest. At least it's more genuine. Honestly, we spoke to him. We thought he was fucking badass. We liked the sound of his voice. He intimidated me. So we went with him. Somebody like Kat over here, Maurice Katz, looks at somebody like Graham Plattner and cannot help but to be impressed, right? He's like, wow, maybe if I was more like Graham Plattner, my father would be proud of me. He'd call me sport, champ. Just maybe. You know, he wouldn't be ashamed of the man that I became.
It's an effort to convince him, right? I've read like there were like 30 some efforts to
and
tell
like,
you
I
guys to
think
get off his lawn.
Yes, yeah. He had been. I think the state Senate tried to recruit him in 2020. He had been. I think a number of people had reached out over the years. If you should run for office, you should run for office. And he had a kind of, you know, he liked what his life was and articulated a skepticism of it being possible to defeat Janet Mills, and so it was a running process.
It gets worse, Chad. It gets worse. I know. I said it's gonna be a short part of this, but understand, it gets worse. They've been trying to recruit him to run for years and years. There's no excusing not knowing all the nasty shit that he was a part of. They just didn't care. They didn't think anyone else would. And to be honest, and I still stand firm on this, if he did not drop out, I think he would still win. And I'm fucking pissed that he dropped out. Because I wanted the white so-called independent left media to be held accountable for supporting this fucking neo-Nazi, mercenary, war criminal, straight up white supremacist, a rapist. And we're not going to get that. They get to wash their hands of him. But their ego is so large that they can't even do the shit that Maurice Katz is doing over here. he's still holding on to certain things, but at least he's distancing himself and, some form of accountability in comparison.
So I know when you did settle on him, there was a vetting document created. What did that document find?
The document found a Reddit account. Essentially, there was the inclination that there were problematic posts on Reddit, not the full degree of what later came out, but that was the extent of what that document found. And I think like an even more robust process would have found more of the specific Reddit comments and potentially the tattoo. But again, like a standard vetting process probably doesn't uncover most of the things that came after.
So one of Plattner's old Reddit posts regarding victims of sexual assault stated, "Holy fuck, how about people just take some responsibility for themselves and not get so fucked up they wind up having sex they don't mean to?" So that's from 2013. What do you think when you hear it now?
I think it should have been a red line. I think, he talked about it being like one of the things he regretted saying the most, that it was indicative of a time of his life when he was lost, when he was angry, and that it was in no way reflective of who he was. And I think when I talk about the need for a different kind of standard for public office, I think we can both have a standard of which a normal person can say something deeply hurtful and harmful online and not be exiled from society and day-to-day life if they've changed, if they're putting the work to change. But also that doesn't mean that they're entitled to a role in elected office.
And he's trying to walk this fine line of saying, hey, we have to be forgiving of individuals because this is the kind of the voting pool that we're trying to attract. People that are lost, we're trying to take them away from, going down further a reactionary path into the Republican Party. But here's the problem. And I've asked this since Graham Planner got into the scene. Where was the evidence that he had done the work? Can somebody please point to me the evidence of Graham Planner actually putting in the work that would demonstrate that he changed? And I'm sorry, going to the pink hat, what do they call the pink hat protest against Trump? The women's march? And look, if it comes off like I'm being dismissive, I fucking am. That was some white lib woman shit. It was embarrassing. And it did nothing and it meant nothing. But of course, his mother was like, oh yeah, I'm out here with Graham Planner. Homie was probably looking for his next victim. So don't give me that example. He wasn't doing shit to demonstrate that.
So I'm a big believer in grace in politics, and I think that we need to create a lot of space for people to change. Everybody from politicians to voters. One of the things that really shifted my thinking on Plattner, though, was something that you did know early on, which is about him sexting as many as a dozen women in the early days of his marriage. So there was this narrative that I found, at least I was very open to it, which is this is a guy with a dark past, with a tough past, who put in a lot of work and changed. And he asked to be judged on his present. So when that came out, it made me wonder about his present, and particularly what it made me wonder about fundamentally was his honesty. But, we sort of publicly didn't know that for quite some time. It was brought to the campaign early on through his wife, Amy. What did you think when you learned about that, and why, sort of combined with some of these other things, the Totenkopf tattoo, the Reddit posts, why did that not begin to worry you more about whether or not he could actually be trusted in what he was saying?
I think it both did worry me more, and some of those concerns at the time were eased by the communication from Amy herself and from Graham, that this was something that they worked through extensively in their marriage that seemed like a kind of good faith engagement of two married people working through a difficult thing and working through it together and handling it in all the ways that, that one would handle something like that once it came up. And I wanted to, I think, respect both the privacy of their marriage in that, and also even I think there's a difference between consensual sexting and the allegations that ended the campaign. And I think I was trying to kind of hold room for all of those different things at once. And I think it does I think the challenge of all of this was as someone who does deeply believe in grace and in nuance and the fact that people are complicated and life is complicated and maybe politics should reflect a little bit more of that, there was a constant weighing of how much is too much. And, what is the red line? And I think obviously I did not see it soon enough.
A couple things here. With the red line thing, and again, Zionists, Jews have demonstrated this. They don't give a fuck if you're a Nazi. They don't give a fuck if you're a neo-Nazi. They don't care if you're a white supremacist. They will support you. They will downplay that shit. They will excuse it as long as you're both working for the same goal. They don't care. They're like, yep, that's fine. Because fundamentally, they do share the same goals. The other thing here that's really frustrating is this whole idea of like, well, you know, the sexting was the sexting was consensual, and him and his cuck wife Amy had already talked about it. What's annoying is what your partner is willing to excuse and put up with, or shit, in this case, might even enjoy, is very different from what the public should be made to normalize from their elected officials. I think it does say a lot about somebody who's married and is out here sexting people left and right, having multiple affairs. It shows a lack of self-control, a lack of restraint that should be criticized, especially from somebody claiming that they've changed, that they're a different person now, that they've gone through their demons. That's the issue. If his cuck wife wants to forgive him, that's on her. Hell, if she's too embarrassed to publicly admit that she was fucking in on it, that's on her. But I do think that that should have been a major red flag to say, hey, this guy has a lack of self-control, is a notorious liar, so who knows how honest it is what he's been telling us. But no, that wasn't enough. Within months of marrying her, no less. Exactly, homie broke at the start of the race. I'm sure it was going to get better after the fact.
Other people who were involved did see a red line sooner. So Genevieve McDonald was the campaign's political director. She resigned back in October 2025. Around a lot of, she knew about the sexting, she knew about the Reddit posts, the Totem Pop tattoo. And so it's been reported that when you heard she was speaking to the Wall Street Journal about Plattner's cheating, you demanded she retract her comments, that she send you a recording of her talking with reporters, retracting her comments. And if not, sort of you would like attack her for sabotaging the campaign.
Oh, look at this. Look at this stare. I love shit like this. And Ezra Klein isn't like some hard-hitting journalist anyways, right? But he's like, I did try to strong arm. I did try to strong arm this woman who just looks fucking amazing now. Yeah, buddy, you slipped up. Simplistic linguistic in the Twitch chat, keeping it alive. I appreciate you. You think women would be especially taken aback by his infidelity. And I've been saying this, man, the way white women have always sided with, backed white men. It's impressive. It's impressive. Embarrassing, but impressive.
Do you owe her an apology? Have you apologized to her?
So there are parts of that description that I would take some issue with. I think the thing on that specific issue that I was articulating was, I believe that it was a violation of Amy's privacy and of,
Yo. Yes. Come on, chat. You got to give it to the performative feminism. You got to give it to him. Well, actually, what I was really concerned about was not the race or Grand Plattner's image. It was the fact that like Amy's privacy was violated as a cuck queen. And, you don't shame kink over here. We don't engage in shaming of the kink whatsoever. Yeah, that's what it was. It was violating Amy's privacy was the issue. Yeah, Grand Plattner cheating on his wife. That story wasn't about his wife. It was about the character of Grand Plattner.
For all the conversation about vetting, part of what the vetting process requires is a lot of honesty and transparency from candidates. And when, as a team, you go to them and say, hey, we need you to tell us everything, part of what didn't work in this instance is when there's not full transparency. And in that specific instance, Amy came to her and was fully honest. And to see Amy's trust violated like that, and to see that kind of practice that allows campaigns to operate and us to get to a place of honesty violated like that was, I think, frustrating.
I think I can understand.
But I'm sorry, she wasn't part of the campaign anymore. She dipped out because she saw the writing on the wall. While you were mesmerized by a giant, buff, rough-sounding, former Marine, Army vet, mercenary, an absolute unit of an American man, while you were daydreaming about who you could have been in life, if only you were a pure-blooded Protestant Christian instead of a scrawny, weak. I can't say the rest. I'm not feeling well enough to say the rest, but.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't
Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
No. You know what I mean? A real Aryan.
Us to get to a place of honesty violated like that was, I think, frustrating.
I think I can understand that. And on the other hand, I think one of the questions is, what is the responsibility of a campaign to the public, right? The people around a candidate who maybe know more than the public knows, or frankly to the party or to the larger project of the politics. I mean, what seems to me to have happened, I mean, there are a number of people who resigned from the campaign over time. I sort of had this impression from the outside, no one thing until the final revelation was, to me, disqualifying for Plattner. But, I said this on a podcast a bit ago, it seemed like a lot of smoke, like a lot of decisions that didn't look great. And you just wonder, like, what is there that you don't know? And also, is this a person who should be in the Senate? And so I think I can both really understand the frustration you must have had at people sort of revealing things that were in the campaign or confirming things that have been coming out in internal vetting. And on the other hand, there is this complicated question of what happens when the campaign consultants know things that maybe the public should know.
I think, and just to be clear on one of the points, we did not know. There's been speculation of what we knew around some of the more serious later allegations and we did not know until the day or two prior to that story coming out that there was a credible and serious allegation of rape.
Okay, there's no way that this is true, first of all. There's no way this is true. And if it is true, again, that doesn't make you look good. That's not a good thing. If there are serious allegations of assault and rape on your candidate, you should fucking know that. You should know that. However, if you didn't know until a day or two before that, why didn't you all publicly resign? Somebody correct me. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. I didn't see it. I didn't hear about it. Maybe perhaps they did. I don't think they did. I didn't see anything of a mass public resignation a day or two before this story dropped, which should have been what happened. And everybody would have known, okay, Graham Plattner's done. Instead, what happened was, what you had was, oh, is Graham Plattner going to drop out? If his whole fucking team had resigned, there'd be no question whether or not he was dropping out or whether his campaign could continue. Your answer would have been there. It would have been right there.
And so the kind of area we were in of the things we knew were sexting, Reddit, tattoo land. And I think to your point, none of those things alone in a vacuum was necessarily disqualifying. And also, there was so much momentum and energy from the voters in Maine who, Graham was traveling across the state. The campaign was building a movement of thousands and thousands of volunteers, bringing people off the sidelines. And I think that friction of really wanting to believe. And I think I say to my candidates a lot, I think a lot of candidates' greatest strengths are their greatest weaknesses. You're an outsider, but you're inexperienced, or you're experienced, but you're part of the establishment. You're a policy wonk, but then you're overly in the weeds. And I think I think it's true for people in general. I think one of it is I take the work that I do, I think, very personally, and maybe naive at times in the sense of wanting a different kind of politics to be possible and feeling that friction of sensing, yes, this is a lot of smoke, and kind of being almost disoriented by that, but then also the euphoria of seeing a politics of what could be possible, of town halls of hundreds and hundreds of people in areas Trump won, talking about the New Deal and a different kind of populist politics and taking on corruption, and Republicans saying that they'd had enough, and independents saying they hadn't voted for cycles, but this campaign was bringing them up. And the friction of all of those things, I think was a lot. And if I was doing it over again, I would do a lot of it differently. But that was kind of what was happening.
Let me translate. I thought we could get away with it. I thought we had enough momentum and support and that we had tricked enough people that we could get away with it. That's what he's saying. The translation is, I thought we had it in the bag, but we couldn't pull it off. That's what he's saying. It's not more complicated than that. It's not all about, oh, well, you know, nah. You looked at the facts, you looked at them and said, oh, well, it won't matter. We could do this. We could get away with it. Like I said, look, all I'm saying that Maurice Katz over here is at least slightly more honest, or at least knows how to pretend to be more self-reflective and self-critical than the so-called, independent white media. But he's still trash. He's still lying to you. If he was being honest, he would say, hey, I looked at how people were reacting to all the dirty fucking leaks. They didn't care. They continued to show up. So we were going to ride this shit to the finish line. That's the honest truth. I'm here to translate for all the whites. I know that sometimes it might be difficult for y'all to understand what a superior being, a superior human species is trying to articulate and all with their fancy words and all their vocab. You got to understand that 99.99% of the time when a white man is speaking, he's lying. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to help support, super chats, super stickers, and memberships are turned on. For only $2, you can join the Patreon and get access to the Discord, where we have the unofficial book club on Saturdays. They're currently on Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. Watch some dope-ass documentaries. Get recommended some amazing articles and books. Go ahead and check it out. It's a good time there. And if you want to help support without anyone skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. I sincerely appreciate all the help, y'all. Thank you so much. And hit the like button. It's free. All right. That's it. We're done with this. We made it 18 minutes. I think that's good enough. Zoom in on what? Oh, the tattoo? I don't even know what the fuck that is. Is it a letter or a symbol? It's an R, kind of? I don't know. All right. Yeah, we'll start with this, I guess. Let's watch this, and then we'll move forward. All right, y'all. So I'm sure you've seen this. Cuba, the capital of the 21st century, communism. Prepared by the Department of State. We'll be reading some of the sections from this. It's quite a bit. It's about 100 pages. We won't go through it all, but I do want to go at least 2, maybe 3 sections. Let's see what little Marco has to say here.
Is the goal still creating regime change through economic collapse, or is the military option?
I think the goal is to have a Cuba where the people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward.
All right, I gotta play poker with this guy. Oh shit, you gotta play poker with this guy. Did you see the tell? Like, he couldn't even get through it without being like, I'm full of shit. Ugh, they're catching on. That is sad, bro. A Democrat would never flinch. A Democrat wouldn't even fucking sweat talking about spreading democracy.
I think the goal is to have a Cuba where the people of Cuba can experience prosperity, safety, security, and a better life moving forward. The way, Cubans are able to do all over the world when they leave Cuba. And, we're prepared to be, very realistic about how you do that and patient about how, you get in a serious process that leads to that. And we've engaged them from time to time in that regard, and they know where we stand on that issue, and hopefully that's where it arrives. The fundamental problem Cuba has right now is two things. Number one is their economic system doesn't work because that economic system doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. It's completely backwards. It just doesn't work, and that's why people have to leave that country.
It doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. So that being said, we're never going to hear fear-mongering about the spread of Chinese communism. We're never going to hear fear-mongering about Vietnamese communism. We're never going to hear any more about the Red Scare if it doesn't directly involve Cuba, right? I'm sure they'll be consistent with that one.
And number two, they're no longer getting free oil from Venezuela. That's their biggest problem. They're not getting free oil from Venezuela, which, by the way, they weren't using for their power grid. They were taking about 60% of the free oil they were getting from Venezuela and reselling it for cash. So
I hate that we have to take this shit at face value. But even if we do, it's so preposterous. You sanction the hell out of Cuba. So if they decide to say, hey, if we are getting, and mind you, the way he says free, like it's evil. Like, can you believe it? Venezuela gave these people free things? Gasp. As if somehow we're trying to fucking torture them through sanctions and people are sympathetic to their struggle. Can you believe they're getting free things? But even if let's take it at face value. It makes sense that to compensate for all the sanctions, that you would take the things you've been gifted and sell them, depending on what your people, the economy, needs.
the biggest problem Cuba has is that their regime is a disaster, their economic model doesn't work, and the people who run the country don't know what the hell they're doing. All they're most interested in is holding on to power. They are afraid of economic prosperity because they are afraid that economic prosperity and economic liberties will lose control over people. And that's always been the struggle they faced in recent times. But again, look, just today, we began shipping over $100 million of humanitarian assistance to Cuba, which will be distributed by non-governmental entities on the ground. So, we're willing to engage with them. We've engaged with them in the past. We'll keep talking to them about the kind of changes they can make. But this is 90 miles from our shores. This is a government that has spent, a regime that has spent the better part of 30, 40, 50 years.
And it's so sad, too. Not government, regime. It's a regime. It's a regime. It's not a government. It's a regime. And this is what I'm saying. It's so important to fight these individuals on every fucking word and phrase that they use. Because they're doing it on purpose. He wouldn't double back and say, not government, regime, if it wasn't important for the propaganda to use the word regime instead of government. So please, don't think you're being pedantic. Don't think you're being nitpicky. Don't think that you're doing too much. Don't be told that you're evading. Don't allow people to tell you that you're evading the topic or the conversation or answering a question when you're calling them out on their word choices. That is part of the fucking work. So call them out, because when they mess up, when they slip up and they don't stick to the script, they double back. So make them elaborate.
Stabilizing the region and the movements that they've supported. And they've lost, I don't know, 10 to 15% of their population since 2021 because of how mismanaged the country is. We want it to have a better future, and we're prepared to do things that help them get there. But they have to decide they want to do that. The people that are in charge there right now just don't want to do it. It's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. They're choosing to be sanctioned. They're choosing to be poor. So here's what we're going to do, because it's quite a bit of reading. Here's what we're going to do, chat. We're going to read a portion of this, and then we're going to jump to the conversation with Dr. CBS and Brianna Joy Gray, and then come back to this. Give us a little break. Give me a little break. So I assigned y'all homework. We can knock out like 2 to 3 of these. You gotta let me know, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Popcorn reading? No. No, we're not there yet. I'm not at capacity there. No, I mean, just literally drop the numeral. Drop the numeral of what y'all want to read. Yeah, I'm gonna weave in and out. It's a lot of reading, so I just don't want us to get bored here. Put up a poll. Fine. All this work. No. All right. We don't really get to play with polls too much here. Poll. Start a poll. Okay. What sections do we read? I'm gonna go like 2 or 3, by the way, because I don't know how long these sections are. This is. We're gonna read section 1 for sure. Is it 16 pages double or one single? It's one single. It's a lot. 16 pages. Okay. We'll do this. Yeah, okay. We'll do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, 9. Oh, that's it? Doesn't let me do more than that? Oh, shoot. That's all the poll lets me do. Doesn't give me more options than 5. You for 1 through 10. Vic, thank you so much for the 6, 7. That was perfect timing for that. Thank you. So the poll doesn't let me do more than 5. And I already started at 2. So the conclusion, I guess we could ignore. Well, maybe not. Maybe that's actually important. Just let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat, because I could only do 5. Yipper wants 1 through 10. Okay, here we go. A lot of 6, 7s. That's awesome. Okay, let me write this down somewhere. I do appreciate another 6, 7. All right. Vic says 6. We got a 6. Linsack says 6. Rain says 6. Cloud, I'm assuming you're actually sincere about the 6. DFTP says 6 as well. We'll take out. We'll for sure read 1 and 2. Culture 88 says 6 and 4. Another 6. All right, 6 for sure. We're reading that. 6 for sure. Yipper says he's gonna read 1 through 9 by themselves on the Discord, so that's awesome. And I'm not gonna do all that for this. Eight, 9, all 6s for sure. All right, 6 for sure. We're reading. I think this is creative experiments. I think you're doing 9. But we are reading the conclusion, so we're fine. And you guys are so silly. So it's start at 3. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you're right. I think you're right about that. I think we're gonna skip 4 for sure. We might skip 4 and 5. And then just go 3, 6, 7. Because I didn't see a lot of 8s. Because what we could do, we could come back at another time to read 4 as well. Awesome. All right. And then on the live chat, we got a lot of racial revolution for sure. We're knocking that one out. We're going to read 666. All right. You're thinking of 3 as well? Okay, so yeah, I guess we could start at 3. All right, let's do that. Thank you so much for being helpful and cooperative. My bad. I don't know why I muted it. Have I been muted the whole time? I guess not. All right. Start again. Cuba, the capital of 21st century communism. For nearly 7 decades, the Cuban regime, there it is, has waged a sustained campaign of subversion against the United States. And I know it's become cliche now. It's become cliche that this whole every accusation is an admission. But here we go. Another prime example of it. It is a campaign that has infiltrated the highest reaches of the US government, recruited and cultivated generations of American activists, backed an unprecedented wave of left-wing terrorism on American soil, and carried out one of the most durable and damaging foreign intelligence penetrations in American history. Now, American soil and American history, are they referring to the United States, or they're just broadly speaking about the Americas? The Cuban campaign against America is unique. It is irregular and covert. Even at the peak of its military power, Havana never possessed the capacity to defeat the United States in a conventional armed conflict. Instead, the Cubans perfected a new model for a long war of attrition organized around espionage, infiltration, sabotage, proxy networks, and a revolutionary infrastructure designed to turn America against itself. In contrast to every other aspect of Cuba's failed state, this model has yielded remarkable success. I'm sorry, and you know I'm the worst at this. Is it yielded? Or should it just be this model has yielded remarkable success? For over half a century, this small island nation with a chronically failing economy has operated at the center of a vast hemispheric network. The Cubans trained and armed tens of thousands of left-wing guerrillas, oversaw violent insurgencies that plunged multiple continents into chaos, and backed deadly extremist attacks across the United States. The island itself became a premier safe harbor for fugitive American terrorists, fleeing justice from bombings, armed robberies, and murders, as well as a forward operating base for a rotating cast of hostile foreign powers. Cuban agents infiltrated the top levels of the State Department, the National Security Council, and the Pentagon, operating undercover for decades without detection. Okay, all right. Have they now? Have they really? Will they say names? Will they reveal who was an undercover double agent? Can we at least get that? And I do love the fact that it's like chronically failing economy. And somehow, some way, they're somehow like kicking the US ass in espionage. I mean, a true paper tiger moment right there. Gotta love it. But the most successful and enduring sphere of Cuba's campaign against America has taken place on the ideological battlefront. Since the 1960s, the regime has served as the beating heart of a new and distinct kind of Marxism, forged around an overriding resentment and fundamental hatred of the United States and the broader West. The Cubans devoted themselves to recruiting, cultivating, and mobilizing a global coalition of activists, intellectuals, and political groups around this cause, building a spiraling revolutionary network that shaped a disproportionate share of America's most famous and influential extremist movements, from the Black Panthers and the Weather Underground through to Antifa. All right, yeah. I mean, I love that we go from like a Marxist-Leninist Black Panthers, organization, a little shaky with the Weather Underground, but at least they got busy, to Antifa for, I mean, if we're being honest, just shows up to duke it out with fascists in the streets. Like literally the purpose of it is to not be organized in a way that can be infiltrated. Today, that network continues to maintain ties to powerful leftist nonprofit, anti-ICE collectives, socialist groups, and Marxist militant organizations across the United States. Where are these Marxist militant organizations in the US? Please. Please. What are we doing here? And anti-ICE. You gotta love it. Already normalizing this shit. Antifa rules. Oh, to John Trudell, is that like the Blacks rules graffiti? The tragic hate crime? From its earliest years in power, the Cuban regime has believed that its own survival and strategic interests were inextricably linked to the advance of the revolutionary left inside the United States. This conviction has been one of the animating principles of Cuban foreign policy through to the present day. But unlike most other hostile states, Cuba's efforts to shape American politics are not solely driven by material geopolitical interests. The Cubans have always seen revolution in America as an end to revolution in America as an end unto itself. It is impossible to understand modern Cuba. It is impossible to understand modern Cuba without first understanding this unique and distinctive character. Since its founding in 1959, the raison d'etre of the regime in Havana has been the violent export of communism abroad. But its true target, above any other momentary enemy, has always been the United States. Aww. Oh, they've always been picking on the United States. How sad. The specific and peculiar form of Marxism that the Cuban government helped to develop and seed was uniquely fitted for this purpose, while Soviet communism was frequently driven by more practical great power concerns. Whoa, 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 whoa. I was not expecting them to be fucking hyping up, straight up glazing the Soviet Union over here. We're like, hey, say what you want about National Socialism, but at least it's an ethos, right? This whole fucking a Big Lebowski moment for sure. They're like, say what you want about the Soviets, but at least they were interested in being great powers. The preservation of the Soviet Empire, and the defense of its material interests around the globe. Its Cuban successor was built around a near singular obsession with the liberation of the global South from its Western colonial oppressors. Are you even going to dispute that part? I mean, I know you put liberation in quotes here, but you didn't for Western colonial oppressors. I'm just saying. In the minds of the Cubans, there was only one path to this goal: the destruction of the Yankee imperialist regime. All right. I'm not mad at that. The common depiction of Cuba as a former client state of the Soviet Union is at best incomplete. While Havana maintained a close partnership with Moscow throughout the Cold War and relied on Russian patronage for essential material needs, the Cubans were never just a Soviet proxy. In fact, over the course of the latter half of the 20th century, Cuba and the Soviet Union came to represent substantially different poles in the global Marxist movement. Cuban communism helped shape a distinct and uniquely dangerous form of revolutionary leftism, built around racial, social, and even civilizational grievances, rather than economic class conflict, which would go on to instantiate, which would go on to instantiate itself as a dominant genre of left-wing radicalism around the globe. While the collapse of the Soviet Union and the profound economic and political changes in China largely rendered the Soviet model of communism extinct, the Cuban Marxist project not only survived, but thrived. I'm sorry, I thought its economy was constantly crumbling. You just said that. You just said that. Hold on. Cuba's failed state. Where was it? Chronically failing economy. Third paragraph. Now it's The Cuban Marxist project not only survived but thrived. Wow. The institutional power of Leninism, Stalinism, and even Maoism, at least in their original orthodox forms, has been severely diminished. But Castro's ideological project now enjoys something approaching ideological hegemony in leftist circles, both within and beyond the West. By the turn of the 21st century, Havana had solidified its place as the ideological capital of the modern radical left. I mean, if only we were this fucking united, man. If only that were the case. The Toa, our enemies are both strong and weak. Yes, we are fascists. Exactly that. Exactly that. I feel like Maoists got a lot of hype in this, and even Maoism. Credit to them. I will say, I think out of the whole thing, this is my favorite paragraph. Well, out of the intro. A near singular obsession with the liberation of the global South from its Western colonial oppressors. Goes pretty hard. All right. One more section, then we'll get to the Dr. CBS part. We said we're doing section 6 for sure. I didn't see a lot of 3s. So we'll skip to section 6, and then y'all can let me know if there's another section you want to check out. It's page 51. Yeah, they mentioned the Black Panthers. Somebody's not listening. Was it 51 or 61? Look at the revolutionary queen herself, Karen Bass. Section 6. Racial revolution. Dun dun dun. Racial revolution. We look upon Cuba as a shining example of hope in our hemisphere. We do not view our struggle as being contained within the boundaries of the United States, as they are defined by present-day maps. Black power means that we see ourselves as part of the third world, that we see our struggle as closely related to liberation struggles around the world. Stokely Carmichael. And please understand that they didn't put Kwame Ture for a reason. All right? Understand this. It's not by accident. This is all by design. Every decision that they took to compose this was strategic. It was not by accident. So just please keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. We're at 90 people watching, which I appreciate, especially on a heavy reading day like this. We only got 38 likes, so do me a favor, please hit the like button if you can. Support the channel through super chat, super stickers, gifted. Check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. The unofficial book club is currently on Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. So check that out on Saturdays. And if you want to help support without skimming off the top through corporate greed, do me a favor and hit up the Cash App. I appreciate y'all. Give me 1 sec. I am stalling. That is fucking heartbreaking. I'm stalling. God damn, that sucks. I'm stalling. I hate this so much. Select more photos. Just I wanted to talk. Annoyed at myself, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? And that happened. All right. Sorry about that, y'all. I just really wanted to yeah. Okay. Let's refocus here. Let's look at these examples here. We have Eldridge Cleaver, who ended up endorsing Ronald Reagan. Black Panther Minister of Information fled to Cuba to escape charges for leading an armed ambush of police. Robert F. Williams, early iteration of Castro's government's effort to organize the black minority as internal revolutionary agents. Assata Shakur, convicted murderer protected by Cuba, a propaganda mechanism for black Americans. Malcolm X, close friends and political partners with Robert F. Williams, welcomed Fidel Castro to America. I actually didn't know his relationship with Robert F. Williams. That's new to me. Thank you. Angela Davis, premier example of the revolutionary left and Cuba's transition into liberal mainstream. So somehow they managed to weaponize the selling out that Angela Davis has committed. And perhaps some speculate was always on. Huey P. Newton fled to Cuba rather than face trial for the fatal shooting of a 17-year-old Oakland prostitute in a separate alleged assault. Kwame Ture typified Cuba's influence in driving a fraction of the black civil rights movement into embrace political violence. There we go. Where do we start here? I guess technically, yeah, up here. That's weird. Why wouldn't you just make this larger so that it starts here instead of just these 3 lines? But anyway. It's a little bit more here. Yeah, that's fine. All right. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. Thank you so much. Angela Davis is one of the premier examples of revolutionary lefts and Cuba's transition into the liberal mainstream. Numbered among the most famous American radicals of the late 20th century, Davis once graced the FBI's 10 most wanted list, accused of supplying black extremists with the firearms they used to kidnap and murder a California judge in 1970. Wait, I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought she had a whole trial y todo. So why you bring that up now? Didn't she go through the American judicial system? Davis fled, was captured months later, and was later acquitted. She was acquitted, so why the fuck are you bringing it up? If she was acquitted, why are you talking about it now? Why is that part of an example if she was acquitted? Two years later, Davis was received in Havana with a hero's welcome from throngs of enthusiastic supporters. It was neither the first nor the last time she would go to Cuba. It's so weird to say that. It was neither the first nor the last time she would go to Cuba. In 1969, she had been welcomed by Castro as part of a Communist Party delegation. In 1974, she returned again to attend the Second Congress of the Federation of Cuban Women. Davis never moderated or backed away from her devotion to revolutionary communism. I mean, yes, she did, though. I mean, she kind of did, though, right? Let alone expressing regret for her association with Castro. She went to run twice as the Communist Party's USA's vice presidential nominee in 1980 and 1984. But today she is one of the nation's most decorated academic celebrities and has been canonized as a revered icon on the American left. Now, a distinguished professor emerita? No, that's not how you say it, right? How do you say that? I know there's like a fancy Latin way of saying it, right? Pronunciation.
Emerita.
Emerita. There we go. And has been canonized as a revered icon on the American left, now a distinguished professor emerita at UC Santa Cruz. Davis has been inducted into the National Women's Hall of Fame and retroactively named Times Woman of the Year for 1971. In 2020, the magazine also listed Davis as one of the 100 most influential people in the world. She was honorary co-chair of the 2017 Women's March. Not the one Grant Plattner was at. Again, like, this should all be evidence that she sold out, that she abandoned all the revolutionary positions that she held. But they're flipping the script and saying, no. This is how much true revolutionary radicals have infiltrated the mainstream. They didn't sell out. She's not a sellout. No. She managed to squeeze her way and maintain her principles, her revolutionary positions. I mean, that's a great work, man. That's a great work. Cuba has not only welcomed activists and intellectuals, it has long been a premier safe harbor for American fugitive radicals, fleeing justice after carrying out bombings, murders, and other terrorist attacks. By 1998, the FBI estimated some 77 felony fugitives had found protection from the Cuban state. But this is not an ad hoc humanitarian asylum policy, but a deliberate prong of Cuban foreign policy, executed and overseen by the Cuban state as part of its broader effort to maintain Havana's place as the center of the revolutionary left. A substantial share of the American fugitive who have fled to Cuba are black extremists of one genre or another.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
I'm just saying. No, in all honesty, and you know, jokes aside, I mean, I said this. A large part of what the goal is here, when Marco Rubio and Stephen Miller were giving that speech, is to once again have a valid excuse to attack and clamp down and further oppress the black community. Eldridge Cleaver, a violent convicted felon and the Black Panther Party's Minister of Information, fled to Cuba in 1968 to escape attempted murder charges for leading an armed ambush of police in Oakland, California. The next year, William Lee Brandt, Cleaver's former Black Panther bodyguard, hijacked a passenger jet, putting a gun to the pilot's head and ordering him to reroute to Havana in an effort to avoid trial for a shootout that critically wounded a police officer in San Francisco. Brent was placed in jail for 22 months in Cuba, suspected of being a US spy. He later married, earned a degree from the University of Havana, and lived in Cuba for 37 years until his death. But meanwhile, mass murdering dictators can go hang out in fucking Miami for decades after decade after decade. And it's perfectly fine. Black Panther Party co-founder Huey P. Newton fled to Cuba rather than face trial for the fatal shooting of a 17-year-old Oakland prostitute and a separate alleged assault. 2 trials over the shooting ended in hung juries, and prosecutors ultimately dropped the murder charge. He lived there with his wife and 2 children as honored guests before returning to the United States 3 years later. I mean, again, like bringing up Angela Davis, at least in the first part. You're telling me that these individuals went through the judicial American process and were free, remained free. And somehow you're using that against them. It's interesting. This, too, was an international strategy of Cuban foreign policy towards America. Since the 1960s, Havana has served as a revolutionary capital for Black nationalists, separatists, and militants. No radical movement in the United States has been. Excuse me. This, too, was an intentional strategy of Cuban foreign policy towards America. Since the 1960s, Havana has served as a revolutionary capital for Black nationalists, separatists, and militants. No radical movement in the United States has been more intimately linked or aided by the Cuban regime. Sorry about that, chat. Black nationalism in Havana. Cuba played a foundational role in the formation of Black power ideology. Throughout both the 20th century and 21st century, the regime has sought to cultivate a 5th column of American Black extremists through appeals to international racial solidarity, framing both Cubans and African Americans as oppressed third world peoples, arrayed against the common enemy of white America. I mean, where's the dispute? Where's the argument against that position? This strategy was apparent from the very first years of the Castro regime. In 1959 and 1960, a long procession of Black musicians, athletes, celebrities, and activists were invited to visit Havana, where they were greeted with a red carpet welcome. Wow, instead of being like racially discriminated against? What the fuck is wrong with them? Wow. And returned to the United States singing the praises of a new Cuba. In 1960, Castro signed a $287,000 a year contract, the equivalent of more than $32 million today, with an all-Black PR firm in the Manhattan to promote in Manhattan to promote Cuba as a tourist destination for Black Americans. I'm sorry, I was not racist enough. For American Blacks. But Cuba did not merely try to cultivate favorable feelings among American Blacks. It actively sought to transform their racial grievances into revolutionary consciousness. Castro makes no secret of this. A June 1960 Time article notes, of the numerous shortcomings of the U.S. that roused the concerns of Fidel Castro, one of the most worrisome is the plight of the U.S. Negro. As he sees it, the best way to end discrimination would be for Negroes to rise in arms against the imperialists in Washington. Taking their cue from Castro's own revolt, what would happen, he asked, his eyes alight in the possibility, if the Negroes in the southern US, so often lynched, were each given a rifle. And remember, the Second Amendment was never for you. The Second Amendment was to steal land from the indigenous people and maintain African people as property. I mean, this line is just amazing here. It actively sought to transform their racial grievance into revolutionary consciousness. Robert F. Williams was an early iteration of the Castro government's protracted effort to organize the black minority as an internal revolutionary agent. Williams first visited the island as part of a delegation of radical black activists in 1960, where he and several other founding ideologues of what would later become the Black Panther movement, Harold Cruz, John Henry Clark, Leroy Jones, Amiri Baraka, and Julian Mayfield, were welcomed by Castro and shared a stage with him in Cuba. I will say, that is a dope lineup. That is a dope lineup right there. I mean, can you imagine the conversations being had right there? Come on now. Come on. That's real nice. That's real nice. Those are some heavy hitters, some headliners right there. It's a great photo. Williams' Cuban state-backed broadcasts and writings played a key role in the formation of the budding Black Power movement. Williams' newsletter, The Crusader, accumulated tens of thousands of subscribers and was circulated and distributed by the famous Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC. I mean, how can you... This is what you're telling on yourself. How are you going after SNCC in this article? How are you trying to vilify them? I mean, and this is the, I guess maybe the benefit of when reactionaries take this approach is it doesn't matter what organization you are. If you're not a reactionary organization, they're going to vilify you. Whereas the liberals make it more complicated. They would have uplifted SNCC as a positive example compared to, these violent individuals. William was cited by SNCC members as an inspiration for the group's subsequent embrace of armed militancy. While in Cuba, Williams authored Negroes with Guns, the book Huey P. Newton would later describe as one of the key intellectual influences for the Black Panthers. Williams was also close friends and political partners with Malcolm X, who praised the former as a couple of years ahead of him. Who praised the former as just a couple of years ahead of his time. The Nation of Islam spokesman invited Williams to speak several times at his mosque and even sought to raise money to buy military carbines, machine guns, and dynamite for Williams' militant cadre in North Carolina. Yeah, I honestly was unaware of the association with Malcolm X and Robert F. Williams. That is completely and solely my ignorance. Wow. What was Williams' religious position? Yipper, I know that in your heart of hearts, you believe that I know all things. But I don't. I'm sorry to disappoint you. All right. I know I'm a hero of yours. But believe it or not, I'm pretty ignorant. The relationship between American black radicals and Cuba sources back to the founding ideology of the Cuban regime itself. From the first years of the revolution, Castro sought to identify his internationalist struggle against American power from abroad with the black struggle against American power from within. Havana's official doctrine treated American blacks as oppressed people inside the imperial core, linked by racial kinship and political destiny to the colonized people of Latin America, Africa, and Asia. Okay, I'm sorry, they're just making a bunch of statements, but they're not refuting any of this. They're not refuting any of this. Like, that's the frustrating part. I'm like, it kind of makes, I mean, do you want me to do that for you? Am I supposed to? I don't know, man. I'm going to copyright that. Hero of Ignorance. That's mine. That's going on a hoodie. See me in court, Yipper. You gave me that title. It's legally mine. I love that. No. I mean, yeah, that's my question is, do you want me to argue? I don't know. Forget about it says, it's narrative. Lay out the plot points and let the story come to life in the audience's mind. True? Castro's 1962 Second Declaration of Havana speech declared an Castro's 1962 Second Declaration of Havana speech declared an irrepressible solidarity between Latin America, disinherited, Yeah. Castro's 1962 Second Declaration of Havana speech declared an irrepressible solidarity between Latin America's disinherited racial groups and their brothers in the North, who could not ride in the same vehicles as their white compatriots, nor attend the same schools, nor even die in the same hospitals. Cuban propaganda, organs like Tricontinental, cheered that the radical Negro vanguard is becoming aware that their fight is a part of the independence movement of the colonized peoples, and their enemy is the Yankee imperialism. To the chagrin of many Australian colonizers, this remains true. And to the success of other state operations, PSYOPs, there's an attempt to try and erase this knowledge, this memory, this reality. In the United States, many black radicals enthusiastically agreed. In 1961, a cohort of leading black intellectuals and activists, sponsored by the Fair Play for Cuba Committee, published an open letter condemning the U.S. government-backed invasion of the Bay of Pigs. I want to read this letter. No. Oh, okay. Just downloaded an insane virus here. The Afro-American. Baltimore, April 22nd, 1961. Cuba, a declaration of conscience by Afro-Americans. Shall we? Is this okay, Vic? This is a tangent here. Over here. Because we have known oppression, because we have suffered more than other Americans, because we are still fighting for our own liberation from tyranny, we Afro-Americans have the right and duty to raise our voices in protest against the forces of oppression that now seek to crush a free people linked to us by bonds of blood and a common heritage. 1/3 of Cuban people are African Cubans, of the same African descent as we. Many of our own forefathers passed through Cuba on their way to the slave plantations in the United States. Those who remain on the island knew the same brutality that their brothers suffered on the mainland. After emancipation, they too knew disenfranchisement. They too became second-class citizens, peons exploited on the huge US-owned land holdings. Today, thanks to a social revolution, which they helped make, Afro-Cubans are first-class citizens and are taking their rightful place in the life of their country, where all racial barriers crumbled in a matter of weeks following the victory of Fidel Castro. As Joseph Newman reported in the New York Herald Tribune, Castro and Guevara are literally adored by the large number of poor and humiliated Cubans, especially the Negroes. They see the two leaders as saintly and honorable men, dedicated to removing injustice and discrimination. Now, our brothers are threatened again, this time by a gang of oust white Cuban politicians who find segregated Miami more congenial than integrated Havana. We charge that this group of mercenaries who hope to turn back the clock in Cuba are armed, trained, and financed by the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency, but they knew that by themselves they can never re-enslave the Cuban people. So now they're openly boasting that U.S. troops will go to their aid as soon as they land in Cuba. This criminal aggression against a peaceful and progressive people must not be allowed to happen. But if it does, we are determined to do all we possibly can to hinder the success of this crime. Damn, bro. So everyone knew about like the Bay of Pigs before it happened? Like before the Bay of Pigs, it's like everyone was just like, oh yeah, no, a bunch of like gusanos are like preparing right over there. No, you can see them. No, they have a banner called Bay of Pigs with the fucking date, time. Huh. I'm going to disagree forever that clicking a link that is provided in the article or in the main source to get further context is a tangent. But okay. I will say this part here. We are determined to do all we possibly can to hinder the success of this crime. And I'm not just talking about like the black community. I'm not over here wagging my finger. I'm saying we have completely abandoned this mentality. Afro-American correspondent William Worthy declared recently, if Cuba is attacked, I and others who know the facts will denounce the attack as an evil and wicked colonial war deserving of opposition and resistance by Afro-Americans. Worthy warned that if such an attack took place in this country, we would see civil rights set back from coast to coast. Our enemies would be strengthened and emboldened. Afro-Americans, don't be fooled. The enemies of the Cubans are our enemies. The Jim Crow bosses of this land, where we are still denied our rights. The Cubans are our friends, the enemies of our enemies. Wow. That's dope. Yeah, Vic. We get it. You're just following orders, Vic. Oh, fuck, man. Ugh. Okay. All right. I appreciate y'all so dearly and sincerely now more than ever. Thank you so much for continuing to show up and continue to support. It sincerely means so much to me right now. I don't know what's going on. I don't know how I got here, but we push forward and we try to figure it out. I don't even know how. Okay. The authors, which include Robert Williams, Leroy Jones, and W.E.B. Du Bois, framed the U.S.-Cuba conflict in explicitly racial terms, condemning the gang of ousted white Cuban politicians. Gasp. Who had led the Bay of Pigs invasion in an effort to crush a free people linked to us by bonds of blood and common heritage. The letter made a point of noting that 1/3 of Cuban people are Afro-Cubans of the same African descent as we. The authors framed the struggle for Black civil rights in the United States as Cubans fight against American imperialism, as linked, exhorting their fellow American Blacks. Afro-Americans, don't be fooled. The enemies of the Cubans are our enemies. The Jim Crow bosses of this land, where we are still denied our rights. The Cubans are our friends, the enemies of our enemies. And again, where do they like refute any of this? Where is the counter argument to this? No, in actuality, you know, Jim Crow was horrible and a regretful, state sanctioned institution. But we're all Americans. We're all brothers here, regardless of color, creed, religion, and what have you. The Cubans were actually wrong to paint it this way. Although America was struggling to get to becoming the shining light on the hill, the goal was always to have equality for all and justice. Not even that. You can't, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like the Democrats, liberals would have, if they were forced to write this, would have been like, hey, violence was not the answer. We were getting there slowly through the democratic process. And while we have regrets, look at us now. Or some shit like that. The budding Black Power movement in the United States saw the Cuban Revolution as a model for armed resistance and explicitly identified with the militant Third World solidarity that Castro and his counterparts saw to appeal to. When the Cuban leader arrived in New York with his delegation for the United Nations Assembly in 1960, they relocated from their upscale Manhattan hotel to a location in Harlem at the invitation of Malcolm X. Can you believe these dirty commies? They were in an upscale Manhattan hotel that we probably bugged corner to corner, wall to wall. Every square inch of that had a camera, tape recorder, you name it. And we probably poisoned a lot of their shit too. But these fools decided to go down to Harlem, of all places. Can you believe it? Harlem. Like, what are we doing here, bro? There, he was received by a cheering crowd of thousands of American black supporters. A black newspaper at the time gleefully characterized the move as Castro having told white America to go to hell. The audacity, how dare they? Those black newspapers. Third World Alliance. The vision that the Cuban Revolutionary Project began to articulate in the 1960s became the model for Black Power militants. Cuba's distinctive brand of third world internationalism and its explicit appeals to the oppressed Negroes of the United States as a constant, why put Negroes now in quotations? Have they not been using it this entire time? Am I tripping out? Why is it in quotation marks now? Okay, maybe they're directly quoting like. Okay. As a constituent element in its coalition, helped create the ideological infrastructure in which black militants could reinterpret themselves not as a minority within the United States. Too quick. Reinterpret themselves not as a minority within the United States, but as a key agent of the Third World Revolution. Black power in this framework was not merely a domestic demand for rights, but a front the global anti-colonial war being waged inside the imperial core. Bro, there's so many fucking bars in this. There's so many bars in this. I don't know. Like, yeah, Chedimaka, AI wrote this, I'm telling you. I mean, yeah, maybe, yeah. Or I should say compiled, right? And I mean, this is a, responsibility that all colonized people within the belly of the beast share. One that we're honestly failing to live up to. Indeed, Kwame Ture's 1967 speech at the Organization of Latin American Solidarity, titled Black Power in the Third World, described blacks as internal colonies within the United States. In both practical, economic, and political terms, Ture told the audience in Havana, black communities in America are the victims of white imperialism and colonial exploitation. Thus, Black Power means that we see ourselves as part of the Third World, that we see our struggle as closely related to liberation struggles around the world. There is only one place for Black Americans in this struggle, and that is on the side of the Third World. Have I read this one? Oh, there's no link to it? Hold on. I'm assuming it's in the book, right? What year is this? 1967? No, this is Foundation Church, May 17th. If somebody finds it, let me know. Thank you. Cuba's role in forming this militant third worldist consciousness among black radicals was not just ideological, but institutional. The regime worked doggedly to build close political relationships with many of the leaders of the Black Power movement as it solidified its place as the world's revolutionary capital. According to some sources, Robert Williams himself was present at the Tricontinental Conference in 1966. Carmichael attended OLAS as an honorary delegate and received personal tour of the island by Castro behind the wheel of a Jeep. The Cuban leader heaped praise as Carmichael reportedly introduced him to a 400,000 person crowd in Havana as the most distinguished pro-civil rights leader in the United States. The next month, he hailed Carmichael's visit as strengthening of relations between the revolutionary movement of Latin America and the revolutionary movement inside the United States, predicting that the revolution in America would come from its Negro sector. Carmichael, for its part, praised the Tricontinental magazine as a Bible in revolutionary circles. Has anybody read the old school Tricontinental? Wow, that's annoying. Why would it do that? I don't even know what page we're at. Articles or magazines, I should say. We're almost there. I think we skipped it. Figures like Carmichael typified Cuba's influence in driving a faction of the Black civil rights movement to embrace political violence, shifting from a desire to integrate into American society to a determination to wage revolution against it. Carmichael, who later changed his name to Kwame Ture, entered U.S. politics through the mainstream channels of the civil rights movement, leading SNCC, nonviolent organizing efforts in the South, but by the mid-1960s, as chairman of the SNCC, Carmichael emerged as one of the most radical and extreme early proponents of Black Power, a term that he himself was credited with popularizing. I think this might be AI for sure. Yeah. I feel kind of like I'm wasting my time reading it now. And again, and not even getting into why somebody like Kwame Ture would feel the need to go and embrace self-defense, violence meeting violence, if he did start in a non-violent organization. No self-reflection upon why that is. Well, how much more do we have in this section? Yeah, that's what I feel like. I was excited to read this, but it does feel like very skip to the end of what? That's hilarious. Somebody in the Twitch chat is sorry, in the live channel chat is a little behind, saying this Maurice Katz guy is so creepy, like a Zuckerberg family member. That's pretty accurate. Look, listen, y'all, do me a favor, hit the like button, do all that good stuff. I actually need to use the bathroom, so excuse me, pardon me. Let me pull this up here somewhere. Something's gonna pull up. We'll be right back, y'all.
Our regions, you know, because I think even diaspora is complicit in displacement and in pushing and driving displacement when they go back and buy property, and it's not really for much more than capital gain, right? I do believe in the need for more collective efforts, and unfortunately we haven't been educated to think this way, right? earlier you were saying like that it's cool that my parents were able to achieve this American dream, right? But I think about whether their move back is doing more harm than good. Has someone been displaced as a result, But yeah, I mean, it's also embracing like this real consciousness of how our actions are, if they're actually benefiting folks or not. And then I think back to the whole uh, the whole notion of remittances, right? And how that has contributed to, in my opinion, a total cultural and social decline of the Salvadoran population too. Well, it has helped people, but it also has changed the way people think too. And yeah, it's frustrating.
Yeah, it's those are kind of like the heavy conversations of being, on the outside, on the diaspora. I have my dual citizenship to Mexico, and I remember getting a voting packet, and I was like, at the time it was like the birth of like the not the birth, but like the resurgence of the Morena, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna vote for them, this and that. And I'm like, hold on, like even if you support them politically, you're not the one that's gonna deal with actual consequences of anything occurring, right? Regardless, it's just one vote. And I was like, okay, let me not do this, right? Because it's not gonna affect me positive or negatively. That's not me. And the same thing, like, oh, why didn't you go get land over there? And I'm like, first of all, my family, we never had the argument of los terrenos, that the cliche argument, right? Because my family was always poor. We didn't have that to begin with. So now I'm gonna like show up and be like, oh yeah, let me just help gentrify, but it's okay because I'm brown and my Spanglish is not so bad, like we had to kind of reflect on that. And those are the difficult conversations. One of the most,
Yeah.
just like how you were saying earlier, one of the hardest conversations that I was a part of was have a friend who's Palestinian, and he was expressing his frustration, kind of comparing the fact that Palestinians here in the US are financially very well off. And he was expressing that he was so frustrated that, you know, when Irish Americans were supporting the IRA, we're finding ways to help the resistance there. And he was like expressing this frustration that unless you actually like tune in and listen to other communities, you're never gonna get this perspective of the internal conflict, especially within the diaspora, right? Of what role do we play
Mm-hmm.
in helping and uplifting
Mm-hmm.
our communities. Uh, Obviously, I think you're doing an amazing job. Can you, before we go back and talk about, because I really do want to talk about, I'm going to butcher it. What is it? Sepco? No, no, not Sepco. The prison. Uh, Secot.
Secot,
Secot.
secot.
My apologies. Can you just, because I really want to make sure we touch on this, and we're almost to the hour mark, and I'm not sure when you have you're out. So I really want to make sure that you kind of just tell us what your organization does, like hype it up, because it's so crucial. Especially, I do this as a hobby, but my main objective is to make sure that people get off their asses and organize, and help organizations that have been doing the work. So please.
Yeah, absolutely. So the Committee in Solidarity with the People of El Salvador has been around since 1980. It was created as a solidarity organization with, the FMLN in El Salvador. And over time, it has been involved in so many struggles, right? It was a really important part of what I believe to be sanctuary movement into the U.S. during the 80s. And then in the post-war, it continued to uplift campaigns about, about things that were affecting the population, the injustices that continued to plague the population. Like I said, the Salvadoran Civil War may have culminated in 1992 with the signing of the peace accords, but the reality is that people continued to live under very unjust conditions. And so CSPS has been around to uplift those struggles and continues to uplift campaigns. Right now, it's been very involved in the campaigning around political prisoners, right? Because so many former leaders or leaders of the FMLN have been placed under arrest. Because Bukele has some sort of vendetta against these people, right? Of course. And so many of the folks that have been imprisoned are older folks, again, older leadership. And so we've been campaigning around that. Now we have the case of Fidel Zavala, right? This human rights activist that was imprisoned a couple of weeks ago already. And how, you know, he did go to trial. His time in jail now has been extended 6 months, along with the other activists that were imprisoned. So that case, and then on top of that, we've been working the case of the Santa Marta Five, right? The environmental activists that were highly involved or that were responsible for the creation of the anti-mining law in El Salvador, the very first of its kind in the region. And so because Bukele had this whole plan of reversing that law, he, you know, went for them, has been persecuting them for the past couple of years. In November, they were absolved by a court. And because, you know, this dictatorship didn't want that, they were recalled to the courts, and they refused to go back because there is no evidence of any wrongdoing. So they refused to go back to court. So that is still pending. And, you know, CSPS is very involved in the defense of these organizers. And the organizers that continue to do really important work in these communities were also very much in tune with the work of the Bloque de Rebeldía y Resistencia Popular, the BRP, the social movement of El Salvador, who's doing incredible work despite the fact that everything is against them, is working against them. They continue to fight. And I feel that continues to grow because people are starting to realize the challenges that are ahead of us, right? With this government, with this leadership in El Salvador. And so this is the type of work that we do. I am the organizer for the LA chapter of CSPES. So what we do is coordinate events, you know, popular education activities where people can come and learn a little bit more about these campaigns, but also about the historic memory of El Salvador, which I think, again, is very important. It's very important to know the history of El Salvador in order to understand what's happening now. And many people don't know that history because, again, going back to the PTSD and how our parents have been affected by all of this, people have not had these conversations with their relatives. In fact, for many parents, it's very difficult to talk about any of this. So, you know, being able to enter a space where you can share this information and learn with other compañeros, people that are of a similar age range, or to have these intergenerational conversations is really important. And that's something else that the LA chapter does. So, right now, we're preparing to have an event on Tuesday at USC. It's about the mining situation in El Salvador. In November, a couple of colleagues were able to go on a delegation with other lawyers, other human rights lawyers and academics from the US to go see the case, or to go stand as witnesses in the case of the Santa Marta Five. So they're going to be sharing a report back on Tuesday.
Appreciate y'all. I do kind of miss doing these type of interviews, whether it was with Dr. Ball or Carla. But it is what it is. Y'all want me to skip down here, right? To conclusion. The fuck is this, bro? Code pink. Conclusion. All right. Yeah, Latino business. No, I only did like 2. I did the one with Carla, Dr. Ball, and that's it. But that was fun. Yeah, I had some plans on really focusing in Latin American business. But you know, you know, conclusions. This report began with the words Fidel Castro penned in 1958, before his revolution had even taken power. When the war in Cuba was over, he promised a much wider and bigger war against the United States would begin. Castro kept his promise. For 67 years, the Cuban regime has waged its campaign on every front. It has armed guerrillas, trained terrorists, sheltered fugitives, infiltrated the US government, cultivated generations of American elites. Oh, they want to purge. All right. Built influence networks inside our institutions and opened the Western Hemisphere to a succession of hostile foreign powers. It has sought to undermine, degrade, and destabilize America with spies and soldiers, but also with students and intellectuals, with terrorist cells, but also with solidarity. Okay, yeah, this is totally fucking AI, right? But also with students, but also with solidarity committees and nonprofit networks, with intelligence. Oh, but this isn't even. Oh my gosh, come on, this isn't even. Wow. Oh, wasted my time here. With terrorist cells, but also with solidarity committees and nonprofit networks, with intelligent officers operating under diplomatic cover, but also with ostensibly private exchange nonprofit, political organizations, and activist networks. Was it like, but also like 4 times? This is what makes Cuba unique. Other hostile regimes have stolen American secrets, financed terrorism, armed proxies, spread propaganda, or sought to cultivate political influence inside the United Nations. Cuba did, and does, all these things and more. But the Cuban regime has never recognized the neat distinction that so often structured the American government's understanding of foreign threats. To Havana, there is no hard line separating these functions. It has integrated all of them into a single revolutionary project, around which every single facet and function of the Cuban state is organized, even as its economy teeters on the brink of collapse in the wake of decades of corrupt communist rule. Right, no sanction mentioned at all? Interesting. The Cuban regime fundamental objection remains the same as it was when Castro first marched into Havana in 1959. The hemispheric Marxist revolution that erases the United States from the earth. This objective continues to serve as both the founding myth and the central principle of the Cuban state. Today, Cuban agents and operatives maintain a foothold in hundreds of front groups, activist organizations, solidarity centers, ideological NGO, and nonprofit networks. These groups collectively represent 1 of the single largest, most sophisticated, and dangerous vectors for hostile foreign influence in modern American history. Many of the most significant upheavals in recent American political history. No, come on, man. This is trash. I don't know if I could finish this, y'all. It's hurting my head. Yeah, I can't. I don't know if I could. It's so repetitive. Are we good there? I don't know. Are we good there? It's like some skater thing. I'm not a skater, but I like it. Here's a palate cleanser, y'all. Thank you so much for putting up with that with me.
Democrats have been branded as socialists for longer than I can remember. I remember President Obama being called a socialist almost every single day by Republicans across this country, and it didn't stop him from delivering not just on a first term, but a second term, and things that we still talk about to this day. And I do have to push a little bit on you, Roland, on the premise around blue and red and purple, because I believe what's at the heart of this agenda is the struggle of the working person.
Is he talking to Roland Martin? Oh, that's great.
And as much as we believe ourselves in New York to be exceptional, we also know that working people aren't just struggling in New York City, they're struggling everywhere across the country. And this message is about how can we ensure that when you work every single day, that you come home at the end of the day and you can actually afford to pay those bills for your housing, for your childcare, for your groceries. How do we reduce the distance between those two things? And here in New York City, we've talked about building more affordable housing, universal childcare, city-run grocery stores, real tangible things. I think that these have the potential to connect with any working person that's struggling anywhere. And I think for those who are concerned about what is this party, my answer would be that, what is the Democratic Party if not its voters? And what we've seen from its voters is that people are hungry for a vision of the Democratic Party that has more to do with the New Deal than with the raw deal that so many Americans have been forced to accept over these last few years.
Wow. Zohar Mamdani, Democrats have been branded as socialists for longer than I can remember. Branded as socialists. See, you only say something like that if you're not a socialist. You only say something like that if you're trying to distance yourself from socialism. Otherwise, he would have said, hey, Democrats like Obama were called socialists. I'm here to bring democratic socialism or whatnot. But the fact that he's distancing himself, 100%, he is backing away from socialism. The same way he backed away from arresting Benjamin Netanyahu. The same way that he backed away from criticizing the NYPD. The same way that he backed away from his Zionist, anti-Zionist positions, I should say, by keeping Jessica Tisch as the NYPD commissioner. Example after example, trying to protect these synagogues, selling Palestinian land. Come on now. I'll skip to this.
Of late during after obviously 60 years of a blockade followed by this increased crackdown that we've seen of late during the second Trump administration, the stories out of Cuba are of a really hobbled and imperiled nation, but we're now being told that it is the source of a global axis of evil, a threat to the American way in a way that is motivating and justifying a ground invasion. Help us understand how he's trying to sell this and making this make sense in this document.
So the document argues that the primary weapon of Cuba is ideological. So I'm going to read something from the very last page of the document. It says, Cuba's assault on the United States was never a quarrel over economic policy or sovereignty or even ownership of a particular territory. It was a revolution against Western civilization itself, waged in part via the novel and insidious method of persuading the children of the West to turn against their own inheritance. It goes on to say, to mistake Cuba's poverty for harmlessness is to misunderstand the threat entirely. Its material weakness was never the measure of its danger. Its power was always ideological, subversive, and parasitic, and it has proven remarkably durable, outlasting the Soviet Empire and helping build it and grafting itself onto every new enemy of the United States that has arisen since. So it is the ideology, right? The very existence of the Cuban Revolution, Castroism, as they say, not just Marxist-Leninism or Maoism, but Castroism in particular, which is rooted in this idea.
Be your own mods. I just know she read the whole document in less than an hour. Most definitely. But she doesn't have to worry about entertaining y'all and keeping it, lively. That's why I struggle reading, is because I'm putting on a performance, a show. It's a whole, setup. It's a whole, yeah. No, but I understand. She really is amazing.
Idea of third worldism is the danger, despite the sort of economic peril that the United States has placed the island in since its revolution in 1959. It is the durability of Marxist-Leninism and the taking up of Marxist-Leninism by the third world that is the danger that Cuba has represented and continues to represent.
Why now?
Well, I think, one, because the U.S. wants to invade Cuba in the context of a deeply unpopular war on Iran that is happening, in which the United States is getting its ass kicked like the redheaded stepchild of a rented mule, which is good news. And so I think that the United States is trying to manufacture consent for this overthrow of Cuba because it needs another quick victory. What it sees as a quick victory, not unlike the kidnapping of Venezuela, of the Venezuelan sovereign president, Nicolas Maduro.
I'm struggling with the idea that given how pervasive the anti-interventionist sentiment is, including on the right, as evidenced by the unpopularity of Iran, that the idea of doing another conflict and in a ground invasion, not even, of course, this is in no way an endorsement, but not even this sort of like characterized as surgical kidnapping of Maduro and his wife, but an actual ground invasion into a country, something that has been historically extremely unpopular, no matter what president, what political party does it, would somehow ameliorate and make better the discontent around the war with Iran?
Well, so I think a few things are happening. One is that when we have these direct wars, repression always increases. So whether it's the Korean War, the Vietnam War, World War I, World War II, we see this spike in repression, but also people's willingness to give up particular civil rights and liberties. And so part of what is being put...
It's our patriotic duty to further be restricted, to further be oppressed, to further be surveilled, if we want to bring a stop to narco terrorism. And if you don't, you're just not American. You just don't care about your country, about your neighbors. You don't care about freedom.
Forth in this document is the United States legitimating increased repression against this ostensible wide network of Cuban supporters who are also somehow Cuban funded, or at least like perpetuating Cuban ideology. So there's that aspect of it. And I do think that part of what characterizes this government, I think that this government is at bottom a kleptocracy. Trump's primary objective is to steal and plunder the government, which opens up the space for all sorts of other people in this government to take on their pet projects. Cuba is Rubio's pet project in my perspective. And part of what he's doing is trying to link things that are unpopular amongst a particular segment of the American population, like the encampments, like the George Floyd protests, like the anti-ICE protests, to Cuban machinations to convey that, see, to get rid of these domestic uprisings, we have to go to the source, which is Cuban influence. And so this is a direct playbook of anti-communism that has been recycled. This Ashley logic has been recycled since at least the Palmer raids. But whether or not it's effective, I think, is less important than the government at least trying to provide cover for these actions that are taking place.
So I think that's a really important distinction.
What I will say that it comes off really desperate though. Like even more so, the Soviet Union was always seen as a threat. And even without the propaganda, it objectively was. With Cuba, you don't even have Fidel there anymore. Same like with Venezuela, like they're still talking about Chavez because Maduro doesn't quite, hit the same. With Cuba, it's like, it's so preposterous that I think even the most in the know, in the loop reactionaries, warmongers will look at that paper and kind of laugh it off, scoff at it, because it's like, well, it hypes it up too much. When in reality, what they really care about isn't like this network of radicalizing terrorist cells and all this nonsense. It's about, hey, we want to make that a vacation home again, a vacation spot. I want my summer home there. So let's starve these people out and move in. That's their mindset.
That what this is about is providing a scaffolding to justify at-home oppression. And I think that's part of why there's so much frustration among at least the left, that there is a lack of attention to this effort in the National Defense Authorization Act to integrate the U.S. and Israeli intelligence infrastructure, that there has been insufficient mainstream attention to NSPM7, and the open articulation from people like Steve Miller, et cetera, from the sort of media pulpit of the presidency about how this is intended to be used to crack down on dissidents, which is who are defined extremely broadly as evidenced in this latest Cuba memo.
President Trump issued a directive. In our parlance, it's called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, or NSPM. NSPM 7 to be exact, that directs, for the first time in American history, all of our law enforcement and intelligence agencies to work together to disrupt, identify, defund, debank, arrest, and prosecute these political terrorists that are operating in our country.
So let's talk a little bit about the specifics of who is included on the list of how are they characterized? These Cubist terrorist sympathizers here.
What I will say about somebody like Stephen Miller is, I mean, that is the role of the U.S. government. Like, they're making the U.S. government more efficient in what it is meant to do, which is to stomp out any left organizations that are trying to challenge capital and challenge white supremacy. Like, let's not act like that's not exactly what somebody in his position should be doing, right? That struggle with liberals inside the U.S. government, that struggle is what approach to take with this abundance of, brown and black bodies within the United States. Do we try to, put them back in enslavement? Do we try to kick them out and remove them from the land? Or do we incorporate them, miseducating their children, and make them part of the club, a lower tier of it, don't get me wrong, but nonetheless, to bring him into the fold. And that's what the battle's been within the elites.
That are the ostensible target of this new Red Scare.
There's two different discourses that are being put forth. One is about those who are directly funded and sponsored by Cuba, and this is like the Vincent Amos brigades. But then there's DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. But what they say about the Democratic Socialists of America is that they were not sort of founded or funded or influenced by Cuba per se, but they are a outcome of the infiltration of far left radical ideology into the mainstream, and that they are, and in some ways, they're more dangerous and more pernicious because it is homegrown terrorism, if you will. It is homegrown support for this Cuban so-called regime. And so those are the kind of two discourses that are being put forth. But within this context, there's a lot of mention of like the Black Panthers and the Weather Underground as representing like the longue durée of this Cuban subversion. But then current organizations include like the Black Alliance for Peace, IFCO, the People's Forum, of course, I named DSA, PSL. The National Lawyers Guild gets quite a lot of attention because they're considered to have been subversive from the outset, a Cuban-funded outfit that has always been defending radicals and that is trying to keep these revolutionaries on the street. And then there's individuals like Karen Bass, Barack Obama, Maxine Waters, and they are implicated because they participated in...
Because they're Black. Because they're Black, that's why. I mean, we're about to hear the excuse of why they're implicated, but they're implicated because they're Black. It's not complicated.
Obama, Maxine Waters, and they are implicated because they participated in some of these Cuba delegations or supported the Vincent Amos Brigade or support Asada Shakur in the case of Maxine Waters and her exile in Cuba. And so it's this huge dragnet of people who are implicated because of a single action, because of particular types of beliefs, because of connection to some organization, because of a trip that they took one time. And so it's a really, really wide net. And what's particularly pernicious and is very characteristic of anti-communism in this country is that here we can swap out communists for terrorists in terms of the terminology, but like it's never defined what exactly a terrorist is. But all of these people are said to be participating, abetting, or supporting terrorism. And so throwing a bomb is considered the same sort of terrorist crime as writing a book or believing in a particular ideology. And that is what we need to understand about this in conjunction with NSPM 7 is that anything that is considered anti-American, anti-capitalist, and anti-traditional values is directly linked to Antifa and to this kind of very loose understanding of what domestic terrorism is. Moreover, what this report conveys is that past actions, things that you did decades ago, another playbook from anti-communism, you're still guilty for today. So even if, so Karen, Maxine Waters, old ass, like, if she put out this statement in 1970, she did, they point to things that she did more recently, but like, Barack Obama staged his campaign in 1995 in the house of Bill Ayers, who is a member of the Weather Underground, who went on to be a professor at University of Illinois, Chicago.
I think I was getting really frustrated with that. Was like all like the old ass examples as well as like the constant reaching to justify this was kind of exhaustive because it's like, damn, bro, like you have no like modern things to really talk about. And I know we didn't read the BLM section, but like that got co-opted so quick by liberals. So what was the real examples of some real shit happening?
95, this is 30 years ago. And so things that you have done in the past, you will continue to be guilty for. So it's a broad time frame as well as a broad dragnet of who is considered to be anti or un-American.
There's a uncharacteristically optimistic part of my brain that says, okay, if they spread the net too thin, then what you're finally going to do is get some of these liberal actors, the Obamas and the Maxine Waters of the world, taking this issue seriously now that they've been so directly named and implicated in this, instead of what has historically happened, and which in fact is what's happening right now, at least in some quarters, where there's an effort to disaggregate yourself from the broader left. So for instance, there was a piece written in The Atlantic by James Kirchick called "The DSA is a Parasite" that is emblematic of a string of articles and sort of news appearances that people have been made, many of whom are Democrats and within the Democratic establishment, though James Kirchick, I believe, is a Republican, basically making the case that for the Democratic Party to save itself, it needs to distance itself from these crazy leftists who've had these recent electoral successes in New York and in Colorado, et cetera. And so I do want to ask, before we get into some of these pieces more directly, what your impression of the response from the Democratic establishment has been, and whether or not you think it makes any difference that there's an obvious target on their back as well.
Well, I mean, I believe that there was a handful of Democrats who signed an anti-DSA pledge not too long ago. Maybe this happened a couple of weeks ago. So they're not building a big so they're not like, oh, you know, the repression of DSA can have implications for us. They are trying to rapidly kick them as far away as possible.
I mean, this to me is a solid work right here. Right there. Like, Susie Lee, one of 15 House Democrats, signing anti-socialist pledge. We are capitalists, not socialists, declares a promise to America signed by Nevada U.S. Democratic Rep. Susie Lee and 14 other centrist House Democrats. Who are the 14 others, though? Signatories: Adam Gray, Tommy Zozzi. Hey, Tommy Zozzi! From New York. Lauren Gillen, Don Davis, Jessica Killen, Kristen McDonaldo Rivette, Josh Gottheimer, there we go. Jamie Agger, Bobby Polito, Marlene Galan Woods, Paul Bargender, Maggie Goodlander, Janelle Bynum, Vincent Gonzalez, Susie Lee. True Americans. Unlike all of you, these are real Americans. But what do you know about that? America is stronger than our politics. Politics, forces, false choices between extremes on right and left. We reject them. Too many Americans have not benefited from the last half century of economic growth. Americans want an economy that lowers costs, expands opportunity, and rewards the people who work hard every day. Americans want safe communities and institutions that solve problems. We believe in building more to lower costs and expand opportunity. We believe Democrats succeed when we speak to the whole country and value persuasion over purity. We, the undersigned, make this promise to America. The promise to America: growth, competition, and broad prosperity. We are capitalists, not socialists. We believe in growing fair and competitive economy that rewards hard work, innovation, entrepreneurship, and ownership. Full-time work should make it possible to own a home, raise a family, afford health care, and retire with dignity. Economic permitting and tax policy should expand opportunity and lower costs for workers. Families, entrepreneurs, and those striving to join the middle class, not disproportionately favor those at the top. Jesus Christ, my voice cannot handle this. Physical discipline, government that works, free speech, respect, and common purpose. We are mainstream, not extreme. We believe Americans are We are mainstream, not extreme. We believe Americans can disagree without division. We stand for moderation, acceptance, respect, free expression, and democratic pluralism. We embrace a politics of persuasion over purity, contempt, and cultural division. So brave. Confident patriotism and national renewal. We are proud, not ashamed of America. We believe American story is one of extraordinary achievement and unfinished work. We honor America's strength and exceptional character while striving to build a freer, stronger, more prosperous, and more perfect union. Thank you. About time. You know, I got tired of not finding a party that kind of spoke to me. Spoke to hardworking Americans just like you and I. And I'm glad to say that finally the promise to America is just that thing that I needed to realize that I ain't alone, brother. I ain't alone, brothers and sisters. I'm not alone. Together, we can build a more perfect union and achieve the promise of being that house on the hill. A shining Anywho. Yeah, okay.
They are trying to rapidly kick them as far away as possible. And again, this is not new. If we look during the, in the 1940s and 1950s, during a particular iteration of the Red Scare, the NAACP did the exact same thing. Instead of defending political minorities, they worked to rid anybody who had even been accused of communism from the organization. This is the tendency and the propensity of people in this country, because even though they know the government lies to us, they believe all of the lies about so-called enemies of the United States. And so I personally am not optimistic that there will be a popular front. I think it's going to be quite the opposite, because if you will, now granted, this was on social media, but there was a member of the DSA, a self-proclaimed member of the DSA, who's like, there's no room for Marxist Leninist radicalism in the DSA. This is a progressive, socialist organization. And so none of these, authoritarians need to be in this organization. So again, trying to make a distinction between those actual wild-eyed radicals that are not us. We are respectable socialists. And it's like, clearly, according to the government, all of you motherfuckers are the same. So
yeah,
I'm not saying unity.
So this is so interesting to me. So I listened to, and I hope to have him on. He was busy this week, but Bhaskar Sankara, who founded Jacobin magazine, I believe he's editor in chief of The Nation now. He did an interview with Ross Douthat recently, a podcast interview where Douthat's politics are obviously conservative and pushing him on, what does socialism mean? What does it mean for all of these socialist candidates or these DSA affiliated candidates to have won across the country? And in many respects, Bhaskar mounted a good defense of socialism. At other parts of the interview, it did feel a little like he was doing this thing where you make the case, well, it's not really that extreme. Socialism doesn't mean X, Y, and Z. We're really just social democrats sort of line of argument, which maybe.
I was trying to find that episode and I couldn't find it. It was so hard to track down. I don't know why. I kept seeing it posted online on Twitter, but I couldn't find the actual name of the episode. It was strange.
Is fine if you are just a social democrat, but I think it does raise questions as to what the left vanguard of the country really is, and whether or not a more moderate reformist agenda can even succeed if that is your goal. Not that it's mine, but if that is one's goal, without there being any semblance of a genuinely radical left party, the way there was during the mid part of the century, the early part of the last century, when there were so many labor gains, because the reformists were the compromise against an actual communist party and a genuine left movement. And that pattern I've seen through a few other interviews.
This is why I say every time, don't give any breaks to Brianna Joy Gray. She is too well educated. She is too well read. She knows way too much for this game that she plays with these white populists. It is so fucking frustrating. You don't say shit like that. You don't break it down to that extent without knowing that the white populists that you align with, that you associate with, that you cozy up to, are misleading people. It is so frustrating, man. If she didn't say shit like this, I'd be like, all right, whatever. She doesn't know yet. She hasn't done the reading yet. Whatever. It is what it is. Hopefully she gets there. She knows what's up.
As there are these sort of DSA successes electorally, I do have questions as to whether or not there's going to be a rhetorical shift to downplaying what our goals are as socialists, as leftists, as communists, et cetera. I want to play you a couple of clips to that end. Can we first start with the Abdul Al-Sayed clip? Of course, Abdul Al-Sayed is running for Senate in Michigan. Let's listen to what he had to say in this Politico interview when he's pushed on the Democratic Socialist label.
You've said repeatedly that you're not a democratic socialist, but I think the reason people keep asking is because this weekend you're campaigning with Bernie Sanders and AOC, two of the country's most prominent ones. Is there a specific policy of theirs that you would not support if you were in Congress?
Yeah, the socialism part. I just read about capitalism. Forgive me.
Hold on. Let me slow this down. Immediately, no hesitation. Yup, the socialist part. Wow, what a fucking coward.
Yeah, the socialism part. I just read about capitalism. Forgive me. I have this bad habit of trying to study the things I talk about.
Oh my god, I hate this guy so much. Oh, bro, I hate the fake humble shit so much. Forgive me, but I like to actually learn and study about the things that I discuss. What a fucking douchebag, bro. Oh my god, man. Thank God they don't call this motherfucker a real doctor. Unfucking bearable. I just read about capitalism. I thought you meant like I just read Capital. That's Capital.
I just read about capitalism. Forgive me. Like I have this bad habit of trying to like study the things I talk about. And I read about capitalism. And if you read Adam Smith, what you'll read is that the biggest danger to capitalism is not government regulation. In fact, you need some government regulation to keep capitalism going. The biggest danger is monopoly. And we live in an America where we have functional oligopolies that are sustained by the way that these corporations can buy both sides of the aisle so that they can make sure that they have power in our system and they make more money and it comes out of our pockets. So I'm so sorry. I don't have to be a socialist to think that big corporations shouldn't be able to nickel and dime us at every turn. I don't have to be a socialist to believe that everybody in the richest, most powerful country in the world can have guaranteed health insurance. In fact, if you look at the healthcare market, the best single way to actually have a healthcare market is to make sure everybody has insurance so they can make their choices as patients and therefore customers. So,
okay, and yeah, no wonder Bernie, AOC, and Hassan Piker are campaigning with this guy. Makes perfect sense. And they're all gonna pretend that, oh, what? He had these politics? What? Sure, buddy.
I just think it's funny, right? Because we fall into these patterns where we say, well, like, all of these people have to agree on all the things. And so we're going to find a label and we're going to stick them with the label. Like, again, maybe I'm just making the mistake of trying to be nuanced in our politics.
Again, maybe it's just my fault for just being detail oriented. Like I'm kind of a perfectionist and you know, people aren't comfortable with that because like I don't know, like for me the details really matter. So like trying to put me like in a box doesn't really work for me because like for me like what is a box, you know, like four corners, a square, like what are we talking about here, man? Like what is this plane of existence when really like what is life? Are we not spiritual beings and just these meat sack bodies experiencing life? And if you think about it, we're all stardust, so we're really the universe experiencing itself in a way, man. So like I don't know what to tell you. The socialist stuff really isn't for me. I just read about capitalism yesterday because, you know, I like to be well read on things before I talk about them. I don't know about all you fucking people, you ignorant fucks. But me, a doctor, a real fucking doctor, can tell you that I read shit. All right, man. So vote for me. All right, buddy.
But I believe that we can have healthcare, that we can regulate on the biggest corporations in the world, that we can make it easier for you to make your first million rather than for Elon Musk to make $1 trillion. And that doesn't make me a socialist. That just makes me somebody who wants government to work for people.
So the refrain repeated there, you don't have to be a socialist. You don't have to be a socialist. They say rhetorically, you repeat the things you want people to remember. How do you feel about that sort of response coming from someone who is being associated with the DSA and is considered to be a DSA-backed candidate?
Spoiler alert, this is my favorite part. Spoiler alert, this is my favorite part. I love, and y'all know this if you ever saw me in the, you know, early days of Earn Your Liberation in the chat. When people talk past each other, it is, hey, not to give you too much lore, but it makes me feel like home. It's great. I love it.
I don't care. I'm sorry, this is completely irrelevant to me. Whether he came on that show with a hammer and sickle and was in the Communist Manifesto and was, you know, having all of the radical talking points, or whether he said what he said, he's running for elected office at the national level, which means that ultimately his influence and outcome will be the same. Period. I think that this left sectarianism is completely inane. It does not.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean by the left sectarianism?
What I mean is that DSA, Green Party, PSL, whomever else, nobody really has the moral authority. It actually doesn't matter. This kind of.
In other words, there's no Vanguard party. All these parties are wasting our time, using up our energy, misleading us, misguiding us. honestly like just destroying whatever revolutionary potential that there is, and it's very little to begin with.
Whomever else, nobody really has the moral authority. It actually doesn't matter. This kind of bickering about who, like, you know, who is the best here. The reality is that none of us have been able to stop the onslaught of fascism. None of us have been able to stop the rapid increase of monopoly. None of us have been able to stop a genocide in Gaza. And so to me, I to quibble about the rhetoric that somebody is using when they're trying to ultimately be part of, you know, that they're participating in this electoral system, is I don't find that to be very relevant. And quite frankly, if he wants to win, he needs to say what he said. Because what good does it do?
I mean, I think that's a big question, because the lesson that I and some others have taken away from Zohran Mamdani was that despite an enormous amount of pressure to capitulate specifically on the question of Palestine and the genocide in Gaza, that he won in the most dense population of Jews outside Israel.
Because they know he's full of shit, because he was going to Zionist synagogues to cater to them, because he consistently said, I will have Zionists of all types in my cabinet. Zionists of across the spectrum. Administration, maybe. Is this the one? I don't know if this is it right here or not. Maybe here. Let me see. Yeah, here it is. Yes. Addressing members of Congregation Beth Elohim in Brooklyn last week, Mamdani said, I'm going to have people in my administration who are Zionists, whether liberal Zionists or wherever they may be on that spectrum. Yeah, the Free Press. This is why they were cool voting for him. That's why.
In New York City, despite the book being thrown at him in terms of being characterized as anti-Semitic and a lover of terrorism and all of the other kinds of things that you're characterized as when you support Palestinian liberation. And that while, of course, as I've covered extensively on this podcast, I have had criticisms and questions about some of the other areas in which he can be considered to have sort of bent the knee. In this, where he was being attacked the most, and which was the area of at least perceived political vulnerability, he didn't capitulate, and he won arguably because he did not capitulate on that. And what's been frustrating for me to witness is how...
No, to be clear, DFTP, Dr. CBS isn't saying it doesn't matter what he believes. He just needs to win. She's saying, excuse me, that he is saying whatever he needs to say to win. Not that that's okay. That El Sayed is just a scumbag that's going to say whatever needs to be said in order to win. He doesn't actually believe in anything, and he isn't a socialist. And whether or not he called himself one, or a Marxist and came out, with the hammer and sickle and the manifest. Sorry, it's late. A Communist Manifesto, it wouldn't make a difference. He's a fraud through and through.
The lesson of, I hate to attribute this to him, but the lesson of Donald Trump, that you can win the confidence of people by standing by your beliefs, even when they're unpopular, and sometimes especially because they're unpopular, because it leads folks to see you as principled in some interesting backward way when we're talking about Donald Trump. It was reflected in Zohran's win, but not necessarily embraced by people across the country. And that matters to me because I do observe that pragmatism, this idea of political pragmatism, is used by liberals to justify taking political positions that aren't popular, that aren't populist, and that aren't morally good. And so I am concerned when I see politicians, instead of saying I'm going to follow Zoran's example and double, triple down and say, actually, if you're going to call me a socialist, okay, fine, I'm popular and that's going to popularize socialism, to say, actually, there is something worth running away from here. And I might have the effect, despite being associated with the DSA, I might have the effect of actually validating concerns that socialism and from an ideological perspective is something the public needs to run away from. What do you make of that?
He's not a socialist. He said he's not a socialist.
Well, evidently.
And the majority of people in DSA are not. Democratic socialism is not socialism. You know this. And so.
You know this. That means they've had conversations privately. This is why I hold Brianna Joy to a higher standard than all the other mediocre white people here. They've had private conversations. Talk to CBS is like, you know this. What are you doing here? But I feel like sometimes Brianna Joy plays a character for her audience. And if it was solely for educational purposes, I'd be cool with that. But the way that she rubs elbows with white people is just, it's more than a character.
So, again, I think that there can be a bit of like moralism when and also, I don't know, did Zoran call himself a socialist? Or did he just say that he's against genocide?
He's a card-carrying member of the, an actual participant caucusing member of the DSA.
Did he run his campaign on being a socialist is my question.
It seems like a pretty simple question. Hey, I didn't follow this campaign. In order for me to, make a statement or, put my position out there, I'm simply asking, did Mamdani run as a socialist? Did he run as a democratic socialist, as a progressive? What? The reason why that's important is the same reason why, when we call out Mamdani for normalizing all these Zionists from Tish to the synagogue selling Palestinian land, we do so acknowledging, calling out the fact that he used the political kind of like street cred, the legitimacy of organizing with Palestinian organizations, and the threat of arresting Benjamin Netanyahu, which we all knew he could not do. He had no authority to do so, especially by keeping Jessica Tish on the NYPD as commissioner. Her family has a zoo in the Zionist entity. It was never going to happen. Who was he going to send to arrest him? So simply asking, hey, did Zoran Mamdani run as an anti-Zionist? Like, well, yeah, he initially presented himself as such, and then slowly, started peeling away, and you realize that no, he was not an anti-Zionist. He clearly stated that he will have Zionists of the entire spectrum in his administration.
I don't know. I don't follow.
Well, what does that mean? That to run your campaign on being a socialist versus self-describing as a socialist? Yes, he's definitely self-described.
Did he center socialism in his campaign?
Well, what would that look like to you?
Did he? I'm not.
I love this because, and I mean this respectfully. Have you ever been like you're trying to be genuine with somebody, and I've had this happen with teachers in the past, right? Where it's like, oh, well, did this or that happen? Or wait, what about this? And they're like, well, what do you think about it? What's your opinion? What's your perspective? I'm like, no. I don't have one, because I'm asking you for the necessary information to form one. But they take it like a thought experiment or a moment to really analyze, where your mind's at, your framework and your analysis. I'm like, I can't give you that if you don't answer my question. Like, what game are you playing here? It's hilarious. I think that's why I resonate with it.
Well, what would that look like to you?
Did he? I'm not arguing. I'm asking you an actual empirical question. When he was giving speeches, did he say like as a social? Did he say as a socialist or I identify as a socialist? Just as he said, I am against the genocide in Palestine. Did he say that I am for the end of capitalism?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously can't hear and quote back every
I'm
speech
asking. I'm not saying he did or
but
didn't.
I'm answering. But I do remember toward the end, in his acceptance speech, he definitely went out of his way to quote extensively from, socialist leaders of the past. And, he really made an ideological case. That I remember more vividly than I can cite to, okay, what did he say in March of last year? What did he say in June of last year? I don't.
Well, I mean, I think that goes to show if you can't remember what the most prominent race, the most prominent, politician in the last year, whether or not he was calling himself a socialist, but you remember that he was vaguely quoting and referencing socialist things, there's your fucking answer. He was playing with that shit. He was trying to make people that wanted him to be a socialist believe that he was, while now saying it to not scare off the people that were uncomfortable by it. He's an opportunist. That's your fucking answer.
I don't remember. But I do remember that he hasn't backed away from the idea that his ideological grounding is in socialism. I believe also in his it's not an acceptance speech. His speech after the Knicks one, he also made some comments that intentionally foregrounded socialism. In that speech that was widely lauded. So I would answer yes to that.
Okay.
At least that Zoran never backed away from the label the way that we hear Abdullah Saeed doing in this clip.
So are there democratic socialists who have won, who neither disavow nor censure the fact that they're socialists, but run on?
Sorry, give me 1 second, y'all. Give me one sec. Let me be honest with you. I suddenly did not feel good. Give me 1 second. Fuck. I'll be right back. Give me 1 sec.
And I can share more information. So we'll be there sharing, through those compañeros. They're going to be sharing that information, and we're going to be talking a little bit more about CISPA's recent campaigns. But that is an example of the kind of work that we do locally. So hopefully people listening, people watching this will feel inclined to join us and to learn a little bit more. I think, this is the case of El Salvador, but the reality is several regions, or our entire region, is being plagued by similar circumstances. And I think it's really important to make those connections so that we can collaborate, do more collaborative work, and then empower this movement even further, right?
Yeah. Thank you for that. And I also wanted to encourage people, like, even if you're not in the LA area, like, find if there's a chapter near you. And honestly, online, you could do a lot online these days. So don't limit yourself. Don't limit yourself.
Don't limit yourself. Definitely visit CSPA's website. Keep in tune with its latest blogs, because they provide really great information. We connect a lot with Equipo Maíz in El Salvador, which is a popular education organization, and they are on the ground over there and presenting analysis of what's happening in El Salvador. So on the weekly, they create a newsletter, a very short newsletter, very sweet and short, full of details that we translate and we post on our website. So definitely, check that out, because that'll give the most recent rundown of of what's happening in the Central American region, or in El Salvador.
I'll make sure to add that link on the description. You also have a podcast. I was listening to it. I love it, especially because there's not really a lot of like left-leaning podcasts that I'm aware of in Spanish. Obviously, if anybody knows of any, leave it in the comments. But if you could tell us about Resistencia Comunitaria, please.
Oh, yeah. So Resistencia Comunitaria formed, well, it was an invitation from a compañero in the community. His name is La Comadreja, ha, ha, ha. And he created this during the pandemic. So this was actually a way for us to stay connected in some way, shape, or form to social movement. And the beauty of this project is that we try to present cultural projects, right? Art as a form of resistance. I think that's our greatest mission is to demonstrate how art can be a very strong force in the resistance movement. And in fact, historically, it has been responsible, right, for this dissemination of information, of political information. So that's how Resistencia Comunitaria began. Now we're, in our 5th year? Amazing, 5th year. I hadn't even thought about that. But we do all sorts of things. Obviously, our major project is having this podcast, this radio show, but we also go out into the community sometimes and do events that inform the community about the situation in El Salvador too. All 4 of its members of Resistencia Comunitaria are from El Salvador, born in El Salvador. And so, and we visit, we go back, we visit our hometown and our hometowns. And so we bring back this firsthand knowledge of the situation in the different communities that we come from. And so, and then we also have a tiendita. It's called Tiendita Resistencia. It's a bookstore. And this is a personal project of myself that I had created in my mind for a very long time. But I wanted to be able to bring books from El Salvador that people don't necessarily have access to in the United States. So we created Tiendita. And so we bring back books that we find in La UCA, La Universidad Centroamericana, La Universidad Nacional del Salvador, books that you might not even find here that we can share with people here. And, you can find them on our website, Resistencia Comunitaria. But yeah, we also have a little bookstore. So we have a lot of little projects. And next month, we're planning a brocha y vino. It's an opportunity to paint, to follow our painting, a painting project with our compañera La Poética, who is an artist herself. She's a muralist, and so she leads you through the process of painting an image. Last time we did, I believe, the watermelon that is representative of the Palestinian struggle. And so in this way, we also attempt to use art to educate our followers, the people that come to these events. And so yeah, that's a little bit about Resistencia Comunitaria. Maybe one day, Carlos, we can have you as a guest so you can share with us how you began your podcast and show.
I'd be,
It would be an
so
honor.
honored. No, I'd be so honored. Thank you for that. And quick shout out to Midnight Books, because it was Gabe that kind of brought us together. And when I tell people like, I always say, hey, I'm not doing enough. I'm involved in a small organization here in LA. I'm involved in my union. I do this as a hobby. And I'm like, I don't do enough. And people are like, what do you mean? This? I'm like, no. And then you hear everything that Carla just described. And I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. That's the inspiration. That's the start. That's the standard, that we all need to hold ourselves to. Yeah, I stand by that. Sorry, I don't know. My head started spinning, and I'm like, let me not puke on stream. All right, let's get back to this. My apologies.
On perhaps concrete issues or some other idea. I mean, I guess I'm getting at the point that just as DSA is it's an ideological diverse organization under this sort of abstract notion of democratic socialism, so too can candidates win emphasizing various aspects of what their ideological vision is. And if Saeed doesn't identify, if he identifies more with Adam Smith than with Karl Marx, and so be it. I don't see why that's problematic. Especially if he's not a socialist.
And here's I do. And my concern is that there's this question of whether or not people's frustration with capitalism, which is real because of the failures of our current system, is being sheepdog into an institution that is fundamentally going to feed them back into the Democratic Party and more capitalism, instead of using that to foment a more substantive, dare I say, revolutionary change. So that, to me, is the central question, whether or not DSA is ultimately going to be a force for the Democratic Party to shore it up and to create a basically release valve for very real frustrations with our current system, or whether or not the people who are running under its banner, some of whom are getting into Congress, or the people who are simply joining an organization, learning how to volunteer, learning how to build community, are going to use those skills to actually advance the interests that socialism is intended to be pursuing. And I think that matters.
But okay, the frustrating part is you're not talking about socialists. They call themselves democratic socialists for a reason. It's not by accident. The DSA is not a party. It is an organization within the Democratic Party. They refuse to split and become a party for a fucking reason. It's exhausting because it's like, and I can understand Dr. CBS's frustration, because I don't think Brianna Joy Gray like believes this behind the scenes. Again, if Brianna's doing this to try and pull the appropriate responses from Dr. CBS in order to show her audience, look, I'm not saying it, an actual professional is saying it. Maybe I get that, but it doesn't come off that way at all. Like, she seems like she actually could believe in this shit.
So let me ask you one more question.
Yeah.
So are all the people who won these seats in Congress, they're in the Democratic Party, correct? They're it's like D dash whatever.
Yeah.
So
It's D dash whatever. I love that. There's a D, right? So what does that make them? That makes them Democrats first and foremost.
none of them are independents, correct? So
I don't believe any of them ran as an independent. Shama Sawant, notably, who was running against.
Who gives a fuck? She's not part of the DSA. We're not talking about her, are we?
Adam Smith in Seattle's 9th district is running independent. It's a jungle primary, so she can run as an independent for Congress against Adam Smith, Democrat.
So, but the majority of them are Democrats. So how is that not the answer to your question about whether they're going to shore up the Democratic Party? They're literally running as Democrats.
It's so cathartic listening to Dr. CBS. And let me tell you, same energy in person. Great individual. I'm not afraid to ask some not so intelligent questions. I'll ask them. I'll get my response. And if I struggle sometimes, if I don't quite understand the response, I'll be like, well, what about this example? What about like this? And she shot me down both times, which is awesome because, we just had a disagreement and that's fine. But she will very much be like, what are you talking about? Like, this is it. It is what it is.
They're telling you that they are going to shore up the Democratic Party and try to implement change from within.
Right. Well, because the argument is that, and this was what the initial strategy of the Justice Democrats was that the goal wasn't to just run and be a Democrat in Congress, but to be an adversarial sort of thorn in the side once you get elected, even if it means you're only in there for one term, to help to heighten the contradictions of what the Democratic Party really is for the public. My personal frustrations with someone like AOC isn't that she ran for Congress as a Democrat per se.
Per se? It should be. Because if you're running as a Democrat, okay, you have to understand this. And I know she does. This is why I get frustrated. A politician claiming to bring change, to bring the ruckus, let's say, running in the Democratic Party is the same as, a community organizer saying that he's going to become a cop to improve the community. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same mentality. Come on.
I was open to that strategy. Obviously, I worked for Bernie Sanders. But the question is whether or not.
Okay, but Bernie Sanders was an independent running in the Democratic Party, demonstrating that he was not an independent, that he just claims to be an independent to maintain his seat, his position. But he's always been a Democratic Party sheepdog, and he uses that independent label to serve the Democratic Party.
Not you're actually going to use that platform, which I would argue is necessary given the nature of corporate media blackouts, et cetera, to demonstrate to the public how little the Democrats are interested in fighting for you and encourage people to divest from the two-party system and look to other sort of non-electoral and other non-two-party alternatives to try to affect change.
Do you have examples of that?
Great question. Great question. Let's hear it. Let's hear the response to this, because I don't know. Maybe Bree can educate us here.
Do you have examples of that?
Of it being successful?
Of people who have won. Okay.
Of people who have won and what?
Yeah, that's what I meant. So like you answered the question. Like, so people who have actually won those seats and then who have implemented that strategy of being a thorn in the side of the Democrats.
No, and that's why I personally am I have divested from the two-party system and I support third-party politics to the extent that I am invested in electoralism at all, et cetera. But that doesn't mean there's not, I can't snap my fingers and make everybody agree with me. Part of what's going on this podcast, and as I continue to have conversations with people, is to get people to where I am by explaining to them what I've observed in the Democratic Party that has radicalized me out of believing that there's a lot of hope in it, right? And part of my own journey is enabled by the fact that AOC and some other squad members did do the entryism, have been trying that strategy for 8 years now, unsuccessfully.
Hold on. No, they did not do entryism. That would imply that their politics were different than any other Democrat, or that it was something outside of the realm or the capacity of the Democratic Party. It wasn't. It never was. They were playing a fucking character. AOC said, if I'm just a one-term congressman, that's fine. And what is she saying now? Well, I gotta do what I can while I have power. I gotta try my best. I'm here. I gotta get reelected. She's at no threat, no risk of losing her seat, and she still does the same bullshit.
But unfortunately, to others, they don't perceive their lack of quote unquote success. Let's characterize that as some kind of hard-won, legitimate, tangible material gain. Because the narrative is that they have been obstructed by Republicans. There's been a pandemic. There's a lot of excuse making that gets made that causes people to hold out hope that the next batch and the next batch and the next batch will be more effective. And part of what I would like to do in this conversation, if you're willing, is to talk about why I frankly don't think they're going to be effective, in part because of the full-blown press you're seeing from the Democratic establishment against these new progressives, as typified by this piece in the...
I'm sorry. IDK, that's fair, Carlos. I think initially DSA was entryism, but this is what entryism does to a group. DSA was never entryism. DSA was a rebranding exercise by the younger individuals within the Democratic Party. These are Democrats. They're just young Democrats that want to push out the old guard that refuses to leave and adapt to the changing landscape and sentiment of the youth. And they're trying desperately to save and maintain the Democratic Party as legitimate because the Republican Party consistently adapts. In so many ways, the Republican Party is more democratic than the Democratic Party. Because they fundamentally don't care. Because fundamentally they know that their supporters are fucking racist first and foremost. They're greedy fucking bastards. So that's all they care about. Making a buck, saving a buck, getting rid of black and brown people in their neighborhoods. Everything else doesn't really fucking matter to them. So they're like, yeah, we'll lead you this way, we'll lead you that way, but if you want to go a separate way, fuck it. It's fine. We'll embrace your worst inhibitions.
The Atlantic, an alleged liberal bastion of a newspaper, about how the DSA is, quote, a parasite preying on the Democratic Party and that they should be expelled.
Well, I mean, I think that to me is, I guess that's part of my confusion about how people who are running as Democrats, what type of discourse they should be using and why that matters.
And I understand, like, especially Dr. CBS is probably dealing with more important things than this, and why, you know, she might use the word like confused. And it's because it's a performance. Even the pushback that they're receiving isn't about their ideology or the fact that they're actually going to follow through with it. It's the fact that it's pushing out the old guard. The old guard is scared of losing power. And even those people that we just saw that sign that true American, we know, whatever the fuck that was, they're concerned and worried, not necessarily because of their age, but because of the strategy that they invested in so heavily, right? They built a character that aligned with the old guard's standards. What DSA is trying to do is transform what the Democratic Party looks like, not what it does. Right? That's what it does and will do, is always protect capital. The reason why they adore FDR is because they believe that that's the best way to protect capitalism. The same way that Democrats believe that having a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multi-religious society in all levels of power will serve and protect the U.S. imperial empire. The U.S. settler empire, excuse me. While the, Republican Party is like, no, it has to be Christian, white, and capitalist. Boom.
Because on the one hand, I mean, I think that sometimes people kind of slip through the cracks, and one can argue that Zorhan Mamdani is one of those people. But in the final analysis, they are integrating themselves into a party that does not want them and that will actively do everything to undermine any success. And so one has to question overall the strategy of running as Democrats. I think that if people really want to lean into an effective socialist discourse or platform, it might make sense to stop running as Democrats, because what also happens is that, and I do think we see this with Mamdani, is that people become disillusioned when you have this very progressive and very convincing rhetoric, and then you start to do things that abet the two-party system, or that sort of undermine or that convey the limits of what is possible with a radical platform. That can do as much, that can foment as much political disillusion as it does sort of consciousness raising, if that makes sense. And so I'm skeptical of the strategy.
That makes perfect sense.
But that's the goal. Both things are the goal. That's the frustrating part. Either you become disillusioned and you retreat and you abandon politics entirely, because you're like, it's just a bunch of fucking frauds, from Nancy Pelosi to AOC. It doesn't matter. Or you buy into it and believe, oh, these people can bring change, and you just waste your time and you waste all that energy, and whatever revolutionary potential you had gets used up by the Democratic Party. It's a win-win. It's the fucking house. You're going to lose. And that's why you don't engage with them like that.
I think we're seeing a little bit of that with Zohran Mamdani, where one of his sort of pledges when he was campaigning was that he was going to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu should he come to New York.
Bree has to say that was never possible, and that was simply a campaign slogan. It wasn't even a promise. It couldn't be a promise. It was an outright fucking lie from the start. He couldn't do it. And he was told, you can't do that. You literally have no authority to do that. And whatever chance of having authority to do that, he threw away by maintaining the Zionist heiress, Jessica Tisch, as the NYPD commissioner. And so now, months after, he's like, he's a bad guy. He's a naughty dude, but I can't do anything. And Bree's on Twitter right now, somehow still defending Mamdani.
And then at some point later, I can't remember if it's after he won his primary, after he won the general, there seemed to be a bit of a softening around that position where he started reverting to saying, I'm going to follow the city's law. I'm going to follow the local law. what does that mean? And so then in the last couple of days, as we're recording, he gave remarks saying that his legal team had basically investigated his options, and that while Netanyahu is a war criminal and he uses all the very strong language around the ICC warrant, and while he certainly deserves to be arrested, he does not believe he has the authority with local law to arrest Benjamin Netanyahu, but he implores the federal government to do it, which is.
This is what I'm saying. Why is she like this? Why is she like this? I don't understand it. Oh, he needed a crack team of lawyers to, investigate whether or not the U.S., upholds the International Criminal Court. A crack team of lawyers to determine whether or not Jessica Tisch would arrest Benjamin Netanyahu. She will march with him and throw in a fucking parade for him before arresting him.
Which is obviously nonsensical because the federal government is the one that's been funding Benjamin Netanyahu's genocide in the first place and has been saying that the ICC is illegitimate.
Oh, absolutely. Dr. CBS is just like, why are we playing this game? More importantly, why are you wasting her time?
But this is in service of the point that you're making that I agree with, that whether or not Mamdani said that to intentionally mislead or that he just did not realize that there were limitations to.
Stop, bro. Fuck, stop. If perhaps maybe he didn't know, maybe he misled people. That's his whole fucking shtick. That's what he's here for. That's what it is. It's not a maybe. It's not a perhaps. It's not an if. That is his fucking role.
To him being able to act, or maybe there aren't those limitations, but he's afraid of reprisal. Who knows really what's going on there? But whatever the motives, the effect might very well be that people lose confidence in him, in the agenda, that people don't, because they do like him still, don't want to hold him accountable to said campaign promises, and it normalizes not following through on campaign promises. I mean, you can certainly see, especially with a candidate unlike Mamdani, who has accomplished much less than Mamdani, how it certainly can have the effect of making people more cynical about politics and less serious about their socialism.
Yeah. So.
Yeah. So anywho, what? All that for this question. Sorry, all that rambling for. Oh my God, it's hurting my head even worse.
So I wonder too, right? And people certainly are not where I am, but even where you are, whereby you want to hear socialism made plain. I think that even people who have particular socialistic beliefs would rather that be moderated to even get into the position and then see the values put into action, which is again my pushback about or my reticence to critique people who use particular moderating language, because I guess to me, like I said, I think the outcome is the same. Whether one uses plain socialist language or more moderating language, the effectiveness once one gets into office is the same. And so that's why and can have whether or not, and I think that if you use moderating language, but then are successful, that can have as much of a consciousness raising effect as if you use radical language and then are less effective. Right. And also we're operating on the assumption that people are a false assumption. I believe that people are politically literate.
That part where I slightly disagree with, seeming less radical and getting things done, being more of a positive than I think it's a 50-50. I think it's a split draw in that sense. Opportunists getting nothing done versus pragmatists getting something done. I think it's a loss either way. And it's kind of pointless to try and pinpoint which is worse and which is better. But what I will say is this part here at the end, and it's a little, a little elitist, little ivory tower, a little bit, all that stuff for sure. But it's a sad reality, and it's not our fault in the sense that, like, we think people are beneath us or intellectually incapable of realizing this. It is a result, a proactive result of the US education system. It's done on purpose.
Well,
they're
to
not.
that end, let's read off this quote from Polling USA that people have been talking about. They ask, which of the following people are socialists? And the people on this list range from Bernie Sanders down to Gavin Newsom.
All right, just because I'm seeing this ask, which is worse or better between getting nothing done or getting something done? What I'm trying to say is, somebody pretends to be a socialist or a communist, getting nothing done, and then people losing faith in socialism or communism. One thing, right? Versus a moderate getting some progressive policies passed or laws passed, what have you, bills passed, what have you. Which is, better or worse? The fake socialist communists will use up and destroy any revolutionary potential. And the pragmatist that gets those small progress moving forward will get people to invest in the moderate approach of politics. So that's what I'm saying. Which is worse? Somebody who makes people disillusioned with radical politics, or somebody who gets people to invest into practical politics? And my answer is, there's a reason why the Democratic Party is implementing both. And that is to screw people over as much as possible, to mislead people as much as possible, right? To waste people's potential as much as possible, either by misleading them into a fake radical like a show, or to mislead them in investing in the practical work.
55% of folks polled believe that Bernie Sanders is a socialist. 51% believe Mamdani, 45% AOC. Now, those are people who are DSA affiliated. Moving on, 27% of people believe that Obama is a socialist. 25% believe that Elizabeth Warren is. 23% believe that Joe Biden is. And 20% believe that Gavin Newsom is. So people have been reading this.
No, you actually do not celebrate small victories.
Various ways. Some say, well, this is a sort of a demonstration that folks can tell the difference. There's a pretty big gap between the 55, mid 40s to 50% in the actual socialist camp and the 20% in the non-socialist camp. You can also read that why don't more people understand that AOC and Mamdani and Sanders are at least democratic socialists, DSA affiliated. I mean, people are slicing this way, that way, and the other, kind of to confirm their priors. But it does suggest that some of the most popular politicians in the country are perceived to be socialist, which again is why I think there's a sort of victory lap happening among the DSA crowd, and a sort of unwillingness to interrogate the efficacy of the people who have been historically elected, and to have any kind of discipline or expectations for the people who are newly elected. And that's not to prejudge them. I think that we've heard, at least rhetorically, from Darliza and Milad Kiros, a greater willingness to be adversarial to the Democrats, as evidenced by, for instance, their unwillingness to pre-endorse Hakeem Jeffries as Speaker of the House, which is not something that AOC and Zohran Mamdani have been willing to do. But what do you take away, if anything, from that sort of poll spread?
Well, so this is just kind of a clarifying question. What makes those people some of the most popular? Were they put out as some of the most popular politicians in the country? Like, what makes them
I'm saying
so?
Separately, polls of politician popularity consistently show that Mamdani, AOC, and Sanders are near the top of the list. And those also happen to be people who are polling as highly identified as socialists.
Because one might argue that there are some moderates who are pretty popular. I think that what's the one with the wonky eye? Cory Booker. I think that he is pretty popular. Probably. That didn't mean that to be ableist. I just forgot his name. So there are moderates too. So I'm not exactly sure what that means. But I mean, I think that the poll represents exactly what you described. I think that there is a conflation of socialism and democratic socialism. I think that there are aspects of, or that people have a sense of not capitalism that is popular, especially as their material conditions continue to deteriorate. I think that there's a misunderstanding of not corporate or, not monopoly as some aspect of socialism, i.e. like Elizabeth Warren, she wants some regulation, right? And this idea that some regulation makes one socialistic in some way as opposed to just Keynesian. So I'm not exactly sure what, I think that it reveals a kind of political confusion that we have in this country. But to your point, perhaps it does, if it is that the people that you named are some of the most popular politicians in the country, and if it is that they are identified with socialism, then perhaps it stands to reason that aspects of socialistic policies are popular. But I think that also bears out in fact, right? Like, and just in everyday life, we know that people don't want to be, they want stuff. They want to be able to live, right? We are a communitarian people. We are, and most of the stuff that we believe about capitalism has to do with people wanting to be individualistic to be able to take care of themselves and their families. But that doesn't have to be a capitalist ethic. And so I think that it's not surprising that there are aspects of socialistic policies that resonate with people who are suffering greatly.
Look, I'll say at the end of the day, she's absolutely correct. And this is why it's so frustrating if you know better. At the end of the day, regardless of what policy you may support, whether it comes out more socialist or not, at the end of the day, do they support the workers owning the means of production? That should be the fucking standard. Just to not allow liberals, rad libs, democratic socialists to try and muddy the waters any further.
But I do think that there is I'm disturbed by what we understand to be socialism because it is so, by global standards, it is very, very kind of just basic satisfaction of basic needs, which then does create the conditions whereby real socialistic policies like expropriation, like real redistribution of wealth, come off as extremism. And so I think that's a conundrum that's difficult.
So that's exactly, I think, an important point. So folks like Daria Liza in particular are being called out as particularly pernicious, particularly hurtful to the Democratic Party brand.
I just want to take a moment to say, where is it? It's like right here. Hold on. This moment here, this almost like exhausted look by Dr. CBS. And this is how I'm interpreting it, this is how I'm reading it, my opinion, yada yada. Is the reason why I don't really have guests on the channel. Because I feel like what I'm going to be asking and the things that I cover are going to be so surface level about the circus and the show that we're presented that it's wasting their time and their intellect. Dr. CVS can have a conversation multiple levels above the one happening here. And I would die inside if somebody of Dr. CBS intellect, caliber, work, you name it, looks at me this way like, this is how a parent looks at their child, respectfully to Brie, when it's like they keep making up new rules when they're playing a game that the child just made up. Or when like it's been like 2 hours and they still want to continue playing, you know, a tea party or whatnot. I don't know. And you're just kind of like, we're still doing this, huh? All right, yeah, no, we'll keep playing. We'll keep playing. Yeah, I'm dying inside because you know some of the love and appreciation for having this moment with your child starts to evaporate once it gets later. You got to get shit done. I wouldn't know. All right. This is the look I give my husky when I took him out for a 5-mile run and he takes a 30-minute nap when he goes chasing a ball and bringing it to me like he's been neglected all day or some shit.
Called out as particularly pernicious, particularly hurtful to the Democratic Party brand, because she has, I think, defined herself and had a politic that is more authentically socialist than some of the other people that have been getting lumped in as DSA affiliated candidates. So we just heard from Abdullah Saeed, who is very clearly saying you don't have to be a socialist, and I'm not one, to believe in basic social safety net types of programs. But Daria Lise is of a different ilk. And she's been called out for supporting abolish the police, defund the police, abolish ICE, etc., for talking about government ownership and things like that are more substantive than some of the Scandinavian social safety net program type stuff. And I think that's part of why it's worth interrogating here. What is actually going to happen to these people? So
I mean, we saw it yesterday. She could spew all this socialist stuff. She could say she's all this. She already apologized. There, Lisa already apologized to Kamala Harris. Like, what more do you want? Am I misspelling her name, or why is this like why is it so hard to find this?
Will you publicly now apologize to Kamala Harris?
Yes, and to Vice President Kamala Harris, I sincerely apologize because you did not deserve that language from me. And I would have loved to have seen a Black woman president. As a Black woman, I know how much that would have meant to so many, including myself.
Including myself, she said. Including myself. So what is Brie talking about? Again, a lot of this is so much like fugazi. It's a work. The reason why they're pushing back on them is to make them seem like they are radicals so the youth can continue to support them and not be critical of them. We saw yesterday that she's dating Zohran Mamdani's like top legal guy, and he has a bunch of investments in Zionist companies like RTX. Oh, how cute. How adorable. What's his name? Ramzi Kizm? More like Ramzi kiss her, am I right? This is why I don't do puns. A look inside the stock portfolio of top Mamdani lawyer. Not doing that, but there you have it.
It's worth interrogating here. What is actually going to happen to these people? So an interesting moment happened during this sort of viral interview that sparked off on Breaking Points earlier this week, where Crystal Ball interviewed Shama Sawant's opponent in Washington's 9th District, Adam Smith. And ostensibly Adam Smith had been brought on to debate this very question of.
All right, we saw this last time. Let's start wrapping up, y'all. We'll read this just for narrator. Tell no lies, claim no easy victories. Like Cabral. Extracts from Party Directive 1965. Here we go. Always bear in mind that the people are not fighting for ideas, for the things in anyone's head. They are fighting to win material benefits, to live better and in peace, to see their lives go forward, to guarantee the future of their children. We should recognize as a matter of conscience that there have been many faults and errors in our action, whether political or military. An important number of things we should have done, we have not done at the right times or not at all. Or not done at all. In various regions, and indeed everywhere, in a general sense, political work among the people and among our armed forces has not been appropriately, responsible workers have not carried or have not been able to carry through the work of mobilization, formation, and political organization defined by the party leadership. Here and there, even among responsible workers, there have been marked, here and there, even among responsible workers, there has been a marked tendency to let things slide, and even a certain demobilization which has not been fought or eliminated. On the military plane, many plans and objectives established by the party leadership have not been achieved. Jesus Christ. We're 4 hours in, sorry. On the military plane, many plans and objectives established by the party leadership have not been achieved. With the means we have, we could do much more and better. Some responsible workers have misunderstood the functions of the army and guerrilla forces. Have not made good coordination between these two, and in certain cases have allowed themselves to be influenced by preoccupation with the defense of our position, and ignoring the fact that for us, attack is the best means of defense. And with all this, as proof of insufficient political work among our armed forces, there has appeared a certain attitude of militarism which has caused some fighters and even some leaders to forget the fact that we are armed militants and not militarists. This tendency must be urgently fought and eliminated within the army. If 10 men go to a rice field and do the day's work of 8, there's no reason to be satisfied. It's the same in battle. 10 men must fight like 8. That's not enough. 1 can always do more. Some people get used to the war, and once you get used to a thing, it's the end. You get a bullet up the spout of your gun and you walk around. You hear the motor on the river and you don't use the bazooka that you have. So the Portuguese boats pass unharmed. Let me repeat, we can do more. We have to throw the Portuguese out. Create schools and spread education in all liberated areas. Select young people between 14 and 20, those who have at least completed their 4th year, for further training. Oppose without violence all prejudicial customs, the negative aspects of the beliefs and traditions of our people. Oblige every reasonable and educated member of our party to work daily for the improvement of their cultural formation. Oppose among the young, especially those over 20, the mania for leaving the country so as to study elsewhere, the blind ambition to acquire a degree, the complex inferiority, and the mistaken idea which leads to the belief that those who study or take course will thereby become privileged in our country tomorrow. But also oppose any ill will towards those who study or wish to study the complex that students will be parasites or future saboteurs of the party. In the liberated areas, do everything possible to normalize the political life of the people. Section committees of the party, zonal committees, regional committees, must be consolidated and function normally. Frequent meetings must be held to explain to the population what is happening in the struggle, what the party is endeavoring to do at any given moment, and what the criminal intention of the enemy may be. In regions still occupied by the enemy, reinforce clandestine work, the mobilization and organization of the population, and the preparation of militants for action and support of our fighters. Develop political work in our armed forces, whether regular or guerrilla, wherever they may be. Hold frequent meetings, demand serious political work from political commissars, start political committees formed by the political commissar and commander of each unit in the regular army. Oppose tendencies to militarism and make each fighter an exemplary militant of our party. Educate ourselves, educate other people, the population in general, to fight fear and ignorance, to eliminate little by little the subjection to nature and the natural forces which our economy has not yet mastered. Convince little by little In particular, the militants of the party, that we shall end by conquering the fear of nature, and that man is the strongest force in nature. Demand from reasonable party members that they dedicate themselves seriously to study, that they interest themselves in the things and problems of our daily life and struggle in their fundamental and essential aspect, and not simply in their appearance. Learn from life, learn from our people, learn from books, learn from the experience of others. Never stop learning. Responsible members must take life seriously, conscious of their responsibilities, thoughtful about carrying them out, and with a comradeship based on work and duty done. Nothing of this is incompatible with the joy of living, or with love for life and its amusements, or with confidence in the future and in our work. Reinforce political work and propaganda within the enemy's armed forces. Write posters, pamphlets, letters, draw slogans on the roads. Establish conscious links with enemy personnel who want to contact us. Act audaciously and with great initiative in this way. Do everything possible to help enemy soldiers desert. Assure them of security so as to encourage their desertion. Carry out political work among Africans who are still in enemy service, whether civilian or military. Persuade these brothers to change direction so as to serve the party within enemy ranks or desert with arms and ammunition to our units. We must practice revolutionary democracy in every aspect of our party life. Every responsible member must have the courage of his responsibilities, exacting from others a proper respect for his work and properly respecting the work of others. Hide nothing from the masses of our people. Tell no lies, expose lies wherever they are told, mask no difficulties, mistakes, failures, claim no easy victories. My head is throbbing, so I rushed through that. My apologies. Still trying to figure out what's going on, but we'll be fine. We'll push forward. We'll keep working. We'll do the road work as always. I appreciate y'all sincerely. No stream tomorrow. I'm going to wrap up the Grand Planner video if I'm feeling well. And do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button. Subscribe if you haven't. If you want to help support the channel, there's YouTube memberships, super chats, super stickers, all the gifted stuff. If you can, check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to the Discord. I appreciate all and any support. If you want to support without the corporation skimming off the top, hit up the Cash App. I sincerely appreciate all of you that have. You know, I got to keep some things private, but thank you so much for the help. Sincerely, I mean that. Remember what Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. And as always, John Trudell, the Beast. In a whiff of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what storytellers said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal, nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine, feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide, stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your face, thoughts his favorite breeding place. In the race to midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. Yasu.